Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Hello, friends. Hello, couch potatoes. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, it's me. It's me today. I am back. And I want to thank you all for being so supportive yesterday. I dealt with some family stuff and the kind words that were said and DM'd to me. I really appreciate you guys being so understanding. But I am here again today. And guess who else I have with me? I have the lovely Terry True Crime.
Good morning.
We're going to say hello to all the beautiful people in chat, but then you're going to fill me in real quick on what happened, because I wasn't able to get caught up, and I heard it was spicy. So
she is my idol.
She's your idol. I love that. I love that. Good morning, Mama Llama. Hope you're doing good today. I'm awake. We're there. That's about it. I've had like 2 sips of coffee, but I'm here. So good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. And Teresia. Good morning. Terry did tell me that you guys were an amazing chat.
They were great
to have yesterday, and you did fantastic yesterday too, for the whole 20 minutes I got to watch. But you did great. There's Elbow Feet. Yeah, I'm just running a little behind this morning because he was letting me kind of sleep in and get some much needed sleep. And Angie, there's Angie. Good morning, babes. Good morning. And the Purple Platypus, aka Dope. Hope you're doing great today. Can't wait for my fun fact of the day at some point.
That's right.
He's always good with those and like at the perfect timing. I love it. I love fun facts. And Buffy, good morning, babe. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. And Inquisitive Room, good afternoon to you. And thank you for the kind DM that you sent to me. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And Amos. Good morning, Amos, who made the cutest intro for the show. Did you see that, Terry?
I did. I was like, wait a minute. I thought I saw it over in the Discord, but I thought it was just a fun thing. I didn't know it was like the actual new intro.
It was, yeah. Yeah, because I told Amy, that I wanted the show to be like not just about me and about my friends and the chat and, the community. And so she threw that together. So I was like, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want my show to be. So I love it. She did such a great job.
She does everything fabulously.
I know. It must be just awful to be so fabulous at everything like her.
Buffy says she doesn't get to see the intro because there's always an ad.
Oh, no. Well, that's disappointing. It's the one that you did see in our Discord. It's too bad. That's too bad. Oh, hello, Simone. Good morning. Maybe I'll play it for you guys later because I can do that without restarting the stream. And it's on the side. We'll do that during our morning lunch break. I'll show you all the ads so you all can tell Amos she did such a great job.
Yes.
Oh, good morning, Simone. I don't know if I actually said that. So we're just going to say it again just in case. Okay. Hello, beautiful people. Remember, as you come in, like the button. Hit the like button so everyone knows we're live and where the party's going to be happening today, because I think it's going to be a pretty spicy day. But Terry, I was going to say, do you want to fill me in on
how do we say the doctor's name appropriately?
Lapisato.
Lapisato. I have to look at it to be able to say it because we know
it's
I'm challenged.
Sato, not Sato.
Lapisato.
Sorry, that's a Harry Potter joke. It was a Harry Potter joke.
Now we got to say the Potter. Okay, it's too early for Potter. So they had to have a quick little discussion because Hank wanted to bring in all of this information about the doctor. Apparently, he's worked with her before.
Oh, okay.
And then he made a comment that it was like, and I'm not going to get into it with the court as to why I no longer work with her. I mean, so through a little bit of shade. So basically was saying there was some bad press that came out that she did a bad job and left hundreds of people unattended at a station club fire or something that happened. They went through it. The
Right.
judge said he could do it. He asked her 2 questions. She shut that shit down. He totally abandoned that line of questioning about her credentials. 2 questions. He was like, "Okay, we're gonna change subjects. We're gonna go on to something else." I mean, we're talking they had like a 20-minute discussion about him having permission to ask all of this.
What?
Shut him
Wow.
down. And I thought it was gonna be, "Oh, we'll come back to it."
Mhm.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. And she said multiple times, John O'Keefe did not die from hypothermia. And then Hank tried to do math again.
Oh, jeez.
And she was so polite. She would correct him. She would be like, "Oh, you mean blah, 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 blah." And he'd be like, yeah, that."
Yeah. So, yeah, because I think I saw, I only got to watch maybe 20 minutes yesterday, and she was talking about the brain and raccoon eyes, I think, or that could have been from the day before. It might have actually been the day before any of
And
today
she said he
happened, but
wasn't hit
but
by a
like
car.
but like so she said he wasn't hit by a car, and so I'm assuming it's blunt force trauma to the brain that did that.
Oh,
Mm.
Angie, it is too early to get into tofu and grossing out the pathologist.
What?
Yeah.
What's that even mean?
Angie, why you do that? It's too early. We will
It was
have
pretty
to
intense.
yeah. Lady and Grace says
I'll
we
probably
should
catch
watch
up.
her entire testimony during the verdict watch. I
Okay,
mean,
yeah, that would
she is
be
something I would vote that we watch because
okay.
I will be honest, there was a little bit of me that was like, "Oh, I wish I didn't have to worry about all the stuff in the background because I would have been like this."
I've
Mhm,
been like
mhm,
that on the street. You can
mhm,
still sit
mhm,
like that. I do that
mhm,
sometimes. I'm like,
mhm, mhm.
what?
I mean, she ruled the testimony and she was so polite, but yet so snarky.
I love that.
I
I love
mean,
that.
she wasn't snarky enough that it made you question her intelligence, but
Mhm.
it was just snarky as stuff. I even made the comment that you can tell she must have raised boys because she shut him down.
I knew she was going to be no nonsense. Don't let that quiet demeanor
He couldn't ruffle
confuse
her.
you.
He
That's
basically was
scary.
trying to say, "Well, you didn't go to the scene." Yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
That
there
literally
was
does
so
not
many
matter.
I was, like,
I
writing
heard,
notes, but I
I
had to
heard
stop
too.
writing the
Yes.
notes.
I heard too that they finally said that there were x-rays.
There
Yeah, she had posted something about that. And I was like,
there
what?
there was X-rays, and I saw a clip, I think on the TikTok, somebody asked
Sorry, somebody's being an
Karen
a-hole with their horn outside. I
about
hate those people.
where have these X-rays been? And she just said, "Well, the prosecution hadn't entered them into evidence in the last trial."
Interesting. Because yeah, somebody was on the stand. I don't remember who it was. A bunch of people were saying it was Welcher, so I'm gonna go with them. Because I specifically remember saying on the stream how weird it was
Mhm.
to take x-rays because literally every single Emmy that I've watched in a trial
It's
that is like
standard.
step two. Like, sometimes it's the first step, depending
Yeah,
on what happened.
yeah. Hank was
After about
accusing her of abandoning 1,500 people at a mass casualty event. So what happened, I wanna say it was Idaho, Rhode Island, I think. Somebody stepped in to replace her because this other person did not want her to have quality control. She was a firm believer, somebody does it and then somebody checks it, then you sign off. This is
mhm.
very important to her. He was like, "We don't have time for that. We need to streamline it. We're gonna skip that step." And she was like, "I'm out." Then
Interesting.
She opened her own consultant business. And Hank goes, "Well, what percentage of your business is consulting?" She goes, "It's a consultancy agency."
So, like, all of it. Wow. Lady in Gray said she also commented that the police are responsible for investigating the scene.
Yes.
I love her. I love her. We'll definitely.
And you'll have to read the comments. Your community is on fire yesterday. I was having to drink a lot of water. I kept having to be careful to not spit it out. I would take a drink and not read the chat because I knew if I read the chat, I was going to spit.
That's great. They're fantastic. Best chat on the internet. We
They
love you guys.
are, and you will also see they did show you some love in the chat yesterday.
I heard. I didn't get to see it, but I did hear that the lovely Amos was texting me and being like, "Your chat loves you and misses you." And I was like, "Oh God, that's so sweet."
They do
So
love
that's
you.
very, very sweet.
They all. And just to let everybody know, I did brush my teeth this morning. Because I apparently ruined, I think it was Dave's fantasy of me. Because I was like, I brushed my hair, but my teeth smell bad because I haven't brushed my teeth. And he was like, "Oh, you ruined it for me." I have brushed my teeth today.
Things did get wild yesterday, I guess. Now, when Dave comes in, you guys let him know.
Yes.
She brushed your teeth.
And then you'll just have to go watch it because then also Jackson made copies, big copies of something for her to look at. Bev wanted them to just have a thumb drive. She didn't want the jury to have the big papers. And we were talking in the chat, does she not want them to be able to see the evidence that good that was on this?
Is there a reason why they printed them out? That's very expensive as opposed to PowerPoint like everybody else.
Okay, miss. Miss. I just called you a miss again. Yeah, they called me the substitute teacher yesterday.
I love that.
But
I love that.
So it got a little wild yesterday, and Jackson was looking amazingly hot and had on a beautiful burnt orange tie.
I did see that in the morning.
He was looking nice.
Oh my gosh, well, good news, guys, is we got a ceiling fan, but we all know that means nothing. So just letting you know, it's there. Ooh, see, just lit up.
Jake.
It's too bright. Good morning, Jake. Good morning. And Polly Percy Pants. See you too, babes. Oh, I'm getting too excited. Pressing the same things. It's okay.
We did have some StreamYard gremlins yesterday that were all of a sudden, StreamYard just kicked me out. I'm not touching the keyboard, the monitor, anything. Just kicked me out. I had to go and rejoin the studio.
But hopefully it starts acting right because it was bad Monday too, being ridiculous. Maybe StreamYard's over the Karen Reed trial as well.
I agree. I don't know if anybody does TikTok, but if you go to Ellen Marsh from I Think Not Pod, she is over Bev. And you got to remember, this is a person who's a comedian, a Broadway star, all of that.
Yeah.
She has a clip of where Bev's telling everybody, I think the jury is done with this trial. And Ellen Marsh is like, "No, Bev, they're watching the same trial we are, and they're over you. They're done with you."
She seemed, because I was around shortly in the morning, because I think I left when Jackson's like arguing motions about the doctor or whatever, but she like already seemed like she was pissed when she came in, probably because the internet ate her alive the day before.
Yeah.
Because she's out of control. She's out of control.
And she was trying to push them to say that this would go to the jury on Friday. And then I think Hank was like, by Monday?
They're having each person on the stand for like a day and a half at a time.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Thank you, Amos, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. And congratulations to all the members.
Yes,
and guess
what?
I
will say Amos this morning.
It's train time. That's guess 1. Number 2. Apparently it's very noisy outside today. Two, all the new members can get to watch us tonight at 7
Oh,
p.m.
that's
Eastern
right.
for our members only. That's right. So Terry and I will be doing a members only. What we're doing, I don't know, but I will figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's going to be a good time no matter what. Hell, we can just sit there and talk, and it'll be a fun
I was
time.
to say,
So,
with us,
but
there's,
we always find ways to entertain ourselves. So I'm not worried about it. But if you're not a member and you want to become one to support us, because it does help with cost of things and how much work everybody does, we very much appreciate that support. You can click the join button, and there's a list of tiers, and you can pick which one is affordable for you. And I think we're going to be adding some stuff to those here soon once Terry and I are able to talk about it.
we
We haven't
are,
been able to.
we
And
haven't.
also, if you click the join button and the three dots on the top right, it says gifted membership settings, you can turn those on, and maybe our generous chat, maybe YouTube will pick you to receive one of the gifted memberships. So we love
Inclusive
that
room,
question.
unfortunately, YouTube doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's random, and
It
which is annoying. It is annoying.
it is.
I don't like that, but there's literally nothing we can do
I
about
mean,
it. It's been that way for 4 years.
but if you think about it, I like to buy gift certificates for people. Shouldn't I be able to buy a
Yeah,
gift membership for somebody
yeah. Like
instead of randoms? Yeah.
we can't even like get gifts and select certain people to get, like, it's not a thing. So that kind of sucks, because then we could
Everybody
like give
write
away,
a
you know.
comment to YouTube. Go out there. I'm sure somewhere they have a place that you can send suggestions. Maybe if we all send the suggestion, they'll listen. Maybe.
Hello, Piola's mom. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I did see. I haven't checked it out yet. It's probably just the phone thing and not the computer thing, and I don't have our like YouTube studio and stuff on my phone. But I heard that you can start leaving voice memos and replies to YouTube videos.
Okay, I heard that too. And I thought I saw that that
Mhm.
was coming soon. And that kind of scares me.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can talk about that
No,
later
but
and
what
my
kind of
ideas about
scares
that.
me is I'm going to want to respond to everybody via voice and not by typing. If they leave me voice, I want to give them.
Oh no, I think only we can leave
Oh, only
a
we
voice
can.
memo.
Okay.
Yeah, like in a response to them. I don't know. I only saw it in a quick glance when I was scrolling through yesterday, and I didn't really look that hard into it. I'm just like, oh, made a note. Think about it. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning. So today we're going to have Dr. Wrenchler,
Mhm.
yes, on the
Yes.
stand. And he hasn't really gone into any
Started going into
testimonial.
his background. He has a very large PowerPoint, 70 something pages. Bev
Mm,
made the ruling that he has to remove all of the text off of certain slides because he can testify to it, but he can't have it on the slides. And I think it was Lady in Gray that let us
okay.
know that is because the jurors can look at the evidence and they would be able to look at that. They need to remember what his testimony is, not have it typed out for them to remember. Yeah,
But
it
how's it any
was.
different than what Aperture did? They wrote all over the place.
As I also saw over on the talk, I think it was Ellen Marsh too, she said there was 80 objections that was done by Hank. He got all 80 sustained. The defense did, I think it was 30, and they got 2.
Wow.
So
Wow. And she just wants to be like, you guys, we need to hurry this up. I don't understand.
that's going to be part of her
Mm.
discipline action and stuff from HR.
I did hear that you plan on writing Bev
Oh, I've
and
already
sending her a
started.
pip plan.
I
I love
already,
that.
yeah, I've started. That's right up my alley. And I'm going to sign it from the Couch Court with Llama Gang. So that way your
Excellent.
name's on it too. How do you feel?
Well, I mean, okay, I guess.
Because
What
maybe
is she
it'll make
gonna
her wanna
do?
come on and talk to us. Because I figure I'll
Yeah,
FedEx it to her.
I don't think that's gonna happen at all. I don't think she'll talk to nobody. That's what I think. She's not the lovely Judge Blevins, Judge Perry. Perry.
I've
Now
actually
that's a judge.
sent him a message to see if when this was over, if he would maybe talk to us a little bit and give us some
Mm,
thoughts.
that would be great. If you guys don't know, last fall, uh, we had Judge Belvin Perry, right? It's Belvin Perry, not Perry Belvin. Belvin Perry, I think. And he was the judge for the Casey Anthony trial. And he came on and he talked, and it's a fascinating interview. You can find it in a playlist on our channel, and that
It is, it's
100%. I
under
think
True
there's
Crime and One Time Live, I think.
okay. I can't remember if we had a interview only playlist or not. But it's fascinating to listen to him talk about the Casey Anthony trial, but as well as other cases he did, because he did have, it was in Florida, so there were some death penalty cases, and he's
Mhm.
fascinating to interview and listen to. I would love to talk to him forever.
And
Terry could
Bethany,
just be
you're not
going.
understanding what cold calling is. Cold calling is if you don't have a relationship with them and if you've never spoken to them. If you've spoken to them, that's a warm call. It's called networking.
Mm. Oh, and
Now
really, we just
calling
have a parasocial relationship with that.
yeah. Oh,
We know
yes,
her, but
Simone. Bev was huffing and puffing yesterday. Bev was pissed. Bev was
oh,
pissed.
there's the
You
link
could
for the
tell.
interview. Amos put that in chat. Yeah,
It
definitely click on that and save that to your guys's watch later for sure. It's really fascinating. There's a book out and everything. Um, and by the way, so in the morning when I was around but not around, I was backstage. Both my mom and Elbow Feet. Well, my mom texted me, and then later when I talked to Elbow Feet, he was like, they can hear you breathing in the mic." And I said, "No, no, I'm not on camera. Like, it's not me. It's Dr. Lapisode. I was like, that's not me."
I double checked to make sure you were muted because at first I thought it was
Mhm.
you, and I
Yeah.
went and hit the mute even though you weren't on camera, and I was like,
Mhm.
"No, it was her." I think she has asthma.
Mhm.
Watching her, I'm
Probably. I
like,
mean,
she breathes like me because I kept wanting to just lean over and hand her an inhaler because you could hear a little bit of it, but yeah, her breathing, I was like, "Could you push the mic away just a little bit?" We also heard
Terry
from
wants to talk about their extended vehicle warning. Good morning, Savage.
you know
Good
what?
morning.
I've always thought it would be fun to be one of those people who cold calls for things like that. I would wanna do it for, like, a day.
Oh God, I'll never
I
answer my
think it would
phone.
be
That's for
fun.
sure.
But, Attorney Little spoke yesterday, and in my
What is
opinion,
this? Look at
Bev
this
was rude.
new command. Llama love.
Llama
You do that command, and look at what it says. Show some llama love for the one and only queen of the couch. Drop those
yep.
hearts and hopes in the chat. Oh, I love that. Oh, you guys are always putting cute stuff together that I don't know about, which I love. I love these kind of surprises. That's great.
But I found that Bev was rude to Little. I think that's her name,
Mhm.
Attorney Little.
Yes, yes.
I found she was a little
Yeah.
dismissive in the way she spoke to her, and considering she's a younger attorney, I felt that Bev should be a little bit more understanding and try to help build her up and give her confidence. I felt like she was trying to tear her down, and as a female, I don't think she should
Mhm.
do that.
No, I was thinking in my head a little bit like, I feel like she was extra hard on Dr. Russell and Dr. Lapisoda, who are both extremely qualified women,
Mhm.
way more qualified than all the dude experts by far. And yet didn't
Yeah.
want to let them testify about stuff that they absolutely could have testified
See,
to.
Buffy,
So,
that's what I thought, but I didn't think she was yesterday. Maybe it was just me and I
oh,
was so irritated, but I felt she was not very nice to her.
oh no, I think in the last couple days, Friday, Monday for sure, and I'm assuming yesterday, but I didn't see yesterday. I feel like she has really, like she is just done with the
She's done.
defense. Like she's done. Like I feel like she's been fairly decent. I mean, not she's still bad. I'm not saying that,
Right.
but like compared to what people informed me of what she was like, I was like, yeah, she's not a normal judge, but she's not really getting under my skin, you know. But in the
Yeah,
last couple days, it is so obvious that
it
she's
is.
fucking over them. She's like, it's extremely obvious, and I think it's ridiculous. Shankar Llama Terry, can I go to jail if I write the same type of strongly inquisitive, condescending worded letter to Bev if I write her like I did Jodi Arias? I mean, I don't see why freedom of speech.
I say freedom of speech, and
So
as long as you're
as
not
long as there's no
threatening her,
threatening, yeah, or harassing, nothing illegal. Um, but she is a public servant,
yeah.
I guess. She was
I
appointed by the government. I think that still qualifies. Um,
just listened to a podcast about a judge whose son got shot because somebody was coming after her. Did you know until they made a bill a couple of years ago, judges' addresses were not blocked from the public?
mm,
They now
that's
have the right to keep their addresses private. And I have to tell you, I was like, seriously? Shouldn't a judge have always had their stuff private?
I would think so. Like obviously you can't. I think anyone protecting their home address, like I'm fine with, right? As long as you like your work address is
Mhm.
available to the public because
Right,
you are a public. Like they
right,
should
but
be able
not their
to email
home.
you and send you. Yeah, I'm not cool with home
Not
things
when
in
judges are making
any way.
decisions about family life, money, all of that. No, because people get upset.
Yeah. And yeah, that happens all of the time. So um good morning, Chip. Good morning. Hope you're doing great today. Welcome
I
back.
do you think
Welcome
Jen
back.
McCabe should buy Bev a glow up, a glam up like she did for herself?
Oh gosh, maybe. I don't know. I just that bothers me because
She does.
I haven't seen a judge like her
Mm-mm.
who does the things that she does, and somehow she's convinced herself that like this is the way, this is the standard, and it's like, but it's not though. But it's not. I've never seen a judge questioning the witnesses the way she has. I want to see the video of Bev talking to her hand. No,
He's
no, I
asking if he can
haven't.
drop the link. As long as it's
Um,
appropriate and it's nothing naughty, can he drop it in?
I don't know. Maybe you can try. We might have it set
Try
so
it.
only mods can do it. I'm not sure what the setting. You can
And I'm
try.
not a
It either
mod,
works or it
so
doesn't.
I'm not
It either
allowed to
works or
do
it
any
doesn't.
modding. They don't trust me.
Okay.
They don't trust me.
There you go. Angie said only mods can drop links. Yeah. You can like email it to one of us, or I don't know if you joined our Discord, but if you guys haven't yet, that's where everybody hangs out when we're not live. So if you enjoy hanging out with us and the chat, you can join our Discord server, the Courtyard.
There can be great
We're always on
people
there.
drop great memes, great funnies. I mean,
Oh yeah,
the Discord's great.
Savage is always dropping something.
It's just great. Every time we think of
It
Savage
is so
Cashew,
funny.
I think of Savage Garden. I don't know why Savage, but I automatically go to Savage Garden.
I don't know how does that make you feel, Savage Cashew?
I love their song Truly Madly Deeply.
Oh yeah. He's probably like, all right, I'm out.
It's a
These women are
compliment.
crazy.
It's a compliment.
Hello, Haley. Hello. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing great. So now there's an only mods, and it'll be only everything. Only everything. Yes. The why I come here as well as the only she has the southern
I was
draw.
gonna say, I don't have a southern drawl.
Okay.
Do I?
Yes,
Because
you
guys,
do.
I took classes and I had gotten rid of my Texas accent completely. And then we
Oh,
moved back to
no, no.
Texas. I think it's
I can tell
slowly
you how
creeping back in. Okay.
it's not as prominent as some other people from the South. And by the way, I love it.
I am
Like,
making a note
I
to
I love
retake
all
classes.
accents. No, you know, that's sad because a lot of my Southern friends, they don't like their accent either. And I
I
get
got
it.
hell
People, you know,
in Vegas,
it comes with a stigma and
in
whatnot. But honestly,
California.
I love it because everybody everywhere has an accent. I mean, even between Ohio and Michigan has a slightly different accent. You know, I know we make fun of the Boston one because it's hilarious, but I love it as well. You know,
I
it's
love
just
Wahlburgers
fascinating.
accent. So
It's fascinating. I wish people would just embrace their accents. And, you know, I have a very boring Midwestern accent. So,
but when
which
you're in
is
business
not.
and you're a woman and you
Mm,
move to Las Vegas, they
yeah.
didn't take me credible. They're, don't care that I'm a director, don't care that I'm hired for this role. They see me as a
Hmm.
female in a boy's world. And then I had a Texas Southern accent, and they thought they could call me whippersnapper or sweet thing and things like that. And that's why I took classes to get rid of it. And my Texas friends were like, "What happened to you?"
That I understand. I mean, I understand there's like stigma with certain
They all think I'm
accents,
Jeff
but you know what? I
Foxworthy's
love them.
wife.
I love them, and I'm all about embracing them. So we will embrace everyone's
Yes.
accent.
What is everyone's
Um,
snack of the day?
yeah, what is everyone's snack of the day?
I
I
ate
don't even
pretzels
know.
yesterday
I'm
because
probably
of
gonna have some
you.
popcorn. Oh,
I got
lovely.
pretzels
I ate all
for
my
you.
pretzels. I think I ate both bags of pretzels. Libby, if you do go to the store today, will you buy me some more pretzels?
I have a
That's kind.
Think
Thank you.
high protein cupcake flavored protein bar.
Hello, Kathy. Good morning to you. Good
Buffy's out of
morning, Ed
pretzels
B from
too.
Boston. Oh no, everybody needs their pretzels.
Have a
You
look.
guys, I talk to y'all all the time, and I love it. And I don't think it makes you sound stupid at all, but I
It,
also know you're like brilliant.
I know.
Uh,
I love
so
Bell's
I'm like, how could
accent.
Bells and Sam?
Oh,
Oh, I could
Sam.
listen to Sam talk all the time. She's the sweetest.
She,
Um,
my
good
grandmother
morning.
would have said that Sam was peaches and cream, which means she's perfection because my grandmother loved peaches and cream. And she would think Sam was just that sweet, perfect little peaches and cream girl.
She is. She's like the sweetest person ever. Haley has uh, a Wales-ish accent. One of our besties was from Wales. She doesn't is one of our besties. She just doesn't come by, and I loved those accents. Oh, we had some noise,
I
but they
love
took
those
that away.
accents.
Hmm. Yeah, I know. Everybody, gets it, but oh, thank you, Jake. Thank you. I will have a look when I can, and thank you for joining our Discord.
You know what I love about
Look,
Bev?
looking
She's
forward.
not prompt.
Hello, Jim. Hello. I have the mic on, so let's pull this up and see what nonsense.
All
Oh, the
persons
jury.
having business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. State of Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Oh, okay. Move this up. All right, so we're
Good
straight
morning,
with the jury.
counsel. Good morning,
Oh,
Ms.
that's too
Reed.
high.
Good morning, jurors.
Jurors.
I have to ask you those same three
I think
questions.
that's too
Were you
high.
all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to
That's what
follow
I
the
need.
instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Welcher again, please?
Hi, 80s. Hello. Hello, 80s. Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, Bev,
I know,
everybody
we're
was
so-
watching the videos of you.
I mean, they've had to have seen stuff, but many of the witnesses said it's literally hard to escape it on there. And how social media works, which is showing you exactly what's going on. There's no way they were able to avoid it entirely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
They should have told them to stay off completely.
But Tanya Harding lookalike show.
He does. Bev does.
It's so funny. We should submit that. We're going to be doing a Who Plays People
You ready, Doctor?
during jury
Your Honor.
watch. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to screenshot that to send it to
Dr.
Amy.
Winchler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
KK for ID.
Ooh. A lot of K's. Gotta be careful. I thought it was Rentschler, like wrench as in the tool. It's Rentschler. Rentschler. Wow.
Let me know whenever you, pardon me, let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure. Should you want me to bring up the PowerPoint?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with
Sure.
that.
Let's see.
I love closed caption.
Mhm.
There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are. Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer, ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of Aperture's testing or part of their testing?
I did. Yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze Aperture's testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did. Yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was. Yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Here we go.
Girl, why? Why?
Here.
Why is it kind of laggy? Hold on. Since they're at sidebar, I'm going to stop this and pull it back up again. So we're not missing anything. It looks like laggy on my end. I don't know if it does for you guys too. I just assume it does, but as we've learned, for some reason, it doesn't look the same for you guys.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Oh, look who it is. That's Jasper, the friendly goat. Oh, look at that picture of Jasper. That's so cute. Hi. Hi. What's speaking? When do you get your goat babies?
On Friday, I pick up William Roscoe. I pick up Monkey Butt tomorrow, and then
Oh,
we pick up William Roscoe on Friday, and we're bringing their mom too. I think her name is Iffy. She'll be here to help nurse them for a month, and then she'll go back home.
oh, I love that. I love that
And
Monkey Goat's gonna be with you when you pick up the goats too. That's great.
yes, for kids' wine time, because we don't want her face out on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
She has a goat mask that she's going to be wearing.
Oh, that's
It covers the
adorable.
full out.
That's cute. Or either cute or terrifying.
Is the goat in the house? So Jasper sleeps in the house before my mother-in-law moved in. He was trained to come in and out the pet door, but since he would knock my mother-in-law over, he now is outside with the dogs a lot, but he still comes in and out the pet door. He still takes bubble baths, and he still lays in bed with me at night. So
So
he
wild.
does still come in and out, and he pees and poops on command. Poop, not always good, but pee's always perfect.
Also, Nikki, your husky is freaking
Your husky
beautiful.
is beautiful.
Beautiful. I love it.
And
So
I
cute.
do have to buy new onesies and pajamas for the baby goats because I got rid of Jasper's because I didn't think I would get another one. So now I have to make an investment and buy some more clothes
Yeah.
and hats.
You've never heard of a goat? Like, yeah, she has goats, pet goats.
If you go
So
to Jasper's Instagram page, you can even see him swimming in the pool.
it's so weird. And I
You
love
can
it.
see him
I love
eating
it.
Cheetos.
Yeah. She sometimes brings them on the show every now and well for a very short period of time, but
The
sometimes
babies,
Jasper makes an appearance.
the babies will be on a little bit more because we got Jasper when he was just 4 or 5 days old. The babies are already 3 weeks old, so we're going to have to bond with them.
Oh, they're so
No,
cute. I saw pictures of them. They're so cute.
they don't do yoga because I don't do yoga.
Yeah, right. Oh, oh yes, I love when they have their PJs on. It is so freaking cute. So cute. We're gonna have all the pictures. I'm sure she'll post them in the
Angie,
Discord like every
guess
day.
what?
What?
Double H built them a goat house, and there is a camera in there so that we will have more video footage and we will have goat cam.
I love it. That's what I need in my life. Everybody needs some
May
goat
I?
cam in their life.
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis? That's the second point on your PowerPoint. What was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those 3 separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank you.
Correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely. Yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see. If we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually.
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah. And I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say, I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right. We're going to stop this. Another example.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Less editorializing.
Minus all the personal.
I'm sorry, Your Honors.
Go ahead.
Details matter, okay? Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen, okay? As an expert, I can't come in and just say.
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Why do details matter?
Because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think.
Next question.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research. You need peer-reviewed articles. You need evidence. You perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from, these two slides?
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right, so you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be at about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis? The fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you use the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter. So we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing this sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why?
Because clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is. Yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look, if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis, the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry. My question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
He has great hair. Just saying.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos
Thank you.
from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report. And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
Would they be more properly described in another way?
It would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is, you have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine,
Hi, JT.
does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are. Yes.
Did you see? You reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file. Is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right, the most expensive blue paint in all of the land. $400,000 for that garbage.
I'm thinking they're thinking they need to raise their fees.
I mean, I might let somebody hit me with a car for $400,000. Is all I'm
I
saying.
agree.
Like, just say, it's crazy. What a joke.
This is
Yeah, it's
an
outrageous.
exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
X-rays.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or ladies' records?
It was a series of the X-rays, yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as an apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore x-rays if they existed?
No, if x-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be an increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
We have so
I
many
can, yes, sir.
questions
What is
about
this?
the x-rays.
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you note, did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Maybe.
He sounds like me and you, Llama. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
See if I can start backing on it here.
You see, here's another guy who's very smart, but doesn't have to be an egomaniac about it,
Imagine that.
like somebody else that we heard from, who we're going to hear from
There we
again,
go.
which I hated hearing about.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So
Uh,
let's come to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
What? What? I don't understand.
I
He's
don't.
literally showing. Let me guess. She's going to be like, he's not qualified to talk about this.
But they went through these slides yesterday because Hank got up there and said, slide 2, slide this. They made all these changes and looked at this yesterday. So why this morning are we doing this?
Yeah. I'm curious about the X-rays. Like, okay, so the prosecution didn't submit them as evidence, but why weren't they brought out by the defense when Dr. Scortabello was on the stand? This is literally, I don't know if they showed X-rays yesterday, but for me, this is literally the first time
We didn't see
we're
them,
seeing X-rays.
but they
Okay.
showed them. I don't remember them showing them to us, but I know they pulled them up at some point.
But like, why weren't they pulled up during Dr. Scortabello's testimony? Why weren't they pulled up during Dr. Russell's testimony? Why weren't they pulled up during Dr. Wolf with Noe's testimony? Like, we've had all these medical professionals.
Do we think?
Did they bring it up for him or Laposada?
Laposada.
Okay, so she's the first medical person to say anything about them. And that's just really, it's kind of weird to me because, you know, one of the biggest factors, I think, well, I know for me from the very beginning, I was like, I need to hear all of medical testimony. I need to find out what happened to his body. And when there hasn't been any X-rays, it's just been very confusing. And, you know, the fact that there's no broken bones is, and he didn't have a jelly arm is what's most astonishing with he got hit by a car theory. But I don't understand why even the defense has brought this on until now.
Yeah. I mean, Double H got his foot broken from the dog running and stepping on it with all of their might. How could you not have a broken bone or at least a hairline fracture if you got hit by a car?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we saw what happened to rescue Randy. Like, it just don't make no sense. Confirm the science. That is a mistrial, please. I know, right?
I think we need to find an old beat up Rescue Randy and send it to Bev along with her HR stuff.
Because he needed the Emmy to be credible when she said the death was undetermined. I don't know how broken bones would, or lack thereof, would still matter to the manner of death. Because she still didn't know which.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like it would still be undecided, but maybe they talked about this more yesterday. I don't know since I wasn't here. Yeah, so Dr. Welcher said there was no X-rays and they did not correct him. Yes, I very much remember making a statement about that to all of you guys.
I think Buffy has a good point.
Oh, yeah. We're both excited to read it. Maybe the defense just wanted to catch the defense in yet another lie to.
Maybe the defense just wanted to catch the prosecution. Okay.
And another, I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. Because the defense has no opposition to Dr. Scortabello, the person who performed the autopsy and all of that. They didn't seem to, have any problems with her work. As a matter of fact, it was rumored that the defense was going to call her, not the prosecution.
Right.
So, I don't know. My speaker with me didn't miss much. My water pick was roaring good this morning. You guys are funny.
I personally think all autopsy medical examiners' photos, X-rays, reports should be put into evidence for a murder trial. I think that should be a given. What do you think?
I agree.
Because how else can a person, you would have a whole lot to assume.
I think that's going to really piss us all off today.
Today? Just today?
Well, no, more so. I'm already over it. I go there, babe. Yep, we do speak Buffy.
I do think I saw that we might be getting some reenactments from Buffy.
Oh.
Sometime in the future. I saw it on the Discord chat.
Oh, and that's exciting. I love that. She's the best. I love her. Yeah, it's really it's so weird. It's very weird, but at least they're bringing them in. I mean, and I was thinking like it would be very hard if, let's say, there was one holdout for guilty. I'll tell you this: there is no way she's getting guilty on second-degree murder. It's not happening. Absolutely not. That's out the window.
Well,
There's
I
no
hate
way.
this. I think there's
But
at
the
least one
other,
person.
well, they have the options of involuntary manslaughter or I don't remember if it's voluntary or involuntary. I don't recall. So they have lesser included charges they could go for. But here's the thing: it's like if you have a couple not guilty holdouts for guilty, it's very hard to convince people then to vote guilty because of the consequence that comes from that, right? You're putting somebody in jail for the rest of their life or for a long time. But if the majority of them are not guilty and you have a couple guilty holdouts, I think that they would be easier to be persuaded in not guilty than the other way around. Because that's like less weight on your shoulders. If like, okay, yeah, I kind of thought she was guilty, but you know what? So I don't know. I can tell you she's not getting second degree. If she gets second degree murder, I would lose
if she
my
gets
mind.
second degree murder, if you live in Canton, I would say stay indoors. Do not go out into a public place because
it'd be outrageous.
Oh,
Outrageous.
I think challenge accepted.
Terry just said the other day that she does the opposite of what people tell her.
I mean, she doesn't want a glitter bomb. So
Maybe.
Amy and I in the discussion to avoid a glitter bomb, you do more reenactments. That is a fair trade.
Oh, that's funny. Angie says, I don't normally promote other streamers, but an alternate who didn't deliberate is going to be on Charter Boy's show tonight from the first trial. I think at 9 Eastern, so after our members only. Oh, somebody remind me about this later tonight in Discord because my brain is going to be done.
Maybe we can stream
point,
it on our members only.
No, we can't do that. That's not proprietary. That's not appropriate to do.
Can't we?
We're not going to do that.
We can ask Turtle Boy permission.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But somebody do remind me about that because I do want to watch that. So I think that's very interesting. It must have been an alternate juror then. And it's not the lawyer person? Because they had a former juror that joined the defense team, apparently, but I've never seen this person. Oh, wait, no, somebody sent a picture of her. That's right. And it did kind of look like a woman in the gallery, but she might have dyed her hair and made her look a little different.
I do think after watching that one juror that talked about how Karen's facial expressions bothered them, Karen did tone that down. She has done very well of trying to keep it in check because Llama, you and I would be just like Karen Reed. Keeping our faces from showing anything, we would not be good. So the fact that Karen has been able to do that with that criticism, I think it's phenomenal.
Oh, that would have kicked us off the jury for the amount of eye rolls.
Oh yeah,
I would have been given for sure. Like we'd be yelled at like every day.
If we were the defendants, we probably would have been kicked out too because we would have been doing the same thing.
Yeah, I would. That's for sure. Yeah, right. Okay, so it's not it must be Bowtie Ronnie. Okay, I think I've heard his name mentioned. Was he the only juror that spoke out and afterwards or something? Either way, I'll probably be tuning in as long as somebody reminds me about it, or if I'm not asleep. But I probably won't be because we'll have finished members only by then.
I do think Dr. Rentschler should go out and snip the video part where he says happy birthday to his son so his son can keep that forever. because who gets a call
Mhm.
out in one of the biggest trials?
It's so sweet.
I mean, it is so sweet.
That's so sweet. I get in trouble every time. Um, this trial is taking forever, and you guys, so everybody's like, "Hey, Llama, are you going to cover Brian Koberger?" And I say, "Yes." Just remember that trial will be double, if not triple, the length of this one. So just prepare yourselves now, because that's supposed to be a 3-month-long death penalty trial, and I very much believe it will be that long for sure.
And it's later, isn't it?
Um,
Isn't it later in the
Oh God,
day?
yeah, yeah, because it's going to be 3 hours behind me every day, which is fine because we get to start later. Because I think that makes it so court doesn't even start till like 11 or noon my time. But I think it's going to be a long. So brace yourself. If you thought this was long, oh, it's going to be so much longer for Koberger. But it'll
But
be
I don't
very,
think
very interesting.
we're going to have the bananeries that we've had in this one. And I don't think we're going to have a judge that is blatantly
Mhm.
biased. I think it's going to be more of a normal trial and a fair trial.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a lot of objections because, again, it is
There
a
will
death
be.
penalty case, right? So, like, they're going to be very particular about a lot of things, and for good reason.
Mhm.
It won't be as annoying. It will be annoying, sure,
But in
but
a
at least
different
that
way.
makes more sense, you know, considering it's a death penalty case. So, oh, it's not Ronnie tonight. It might be the one who was let go on the last day. Interesting.
Oh.
Hey, objection, couch court. I love it. So we're getting ready to start working on merch ideas, and Buffy yesterday, I saw her say, I think it was Buffy. It's Buffy or Polly, I can't remember, but they were like, I got my law degree from Couch Court with Llama University, and I was like, oh my God, I love that. Can we put that on everything? I know, right?
That we need that on the list.
I was like, that's
I
amazing.
wish I could show. Okay, Annie, never mind, I'm not going to do that. I also think we need little juror in training merch for
I
little
think so
ones,
too.
since
I think
we've
so
got
too.
our first little tater tot.
A little tater tot. Yeah, we'll talk about Lori Vallow later. That will be the next trial we're watching is Lori Vallow. Daybell.
Jurors, I
go with
apologize that took
Lori
so
Vallow.
long, but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out.
I'm
So,
sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Sure.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Oh, that's a good question, Bob. It's a good question.
Okay.
I know. Where is our good friend Bobby B?
Dr. Winchler,
Haven't seen
my
him
eyes
around
aren't
this
good enough
week.
to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide
Hope
number
he's
is
doing
this?
okay.
Number 12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions regarding
did.
this case?
Yes, sir.
University is my alma mater.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to
Okay.
18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
Oh, great.
It was, yes.
We're gonna
Did you
have to
actually
fight
count the
monetization
number of
again today.
injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's
Great.
arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I
cuts, you're not
counted
like this.
36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
Mhm.
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently, what did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret
sure.
that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the tail light, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of and all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or.
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep, so ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time,
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
with the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
These are the top 2 and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
That's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher, as it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you
Anything
seeking
for
to
you,
determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions.
How's that?
Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Welcher, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with the vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in, as demonstrated by the paint test, with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle is actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier.
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And
Right.
on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned
Okay, maybe we move that to the top.
as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if, in fact, it contacted the taillight and if, in fact, it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or of the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same. Well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please? This is on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down. And so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, In the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please? Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the bicep. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of paint on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that paint pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
Hi, Felix. A long time no see. Hi.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this approximate part of your arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what are what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, the sweatshirt with 9 holes in it?
Which is their
That's Steve,
defense.
you have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is the Bowden defense.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint test, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
For the defense.
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies, they use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar to if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward. That's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm. And here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Wow.
And what are we looking at in this?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, the acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So, 300 Gs, if you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 Gs means there's 3,000 pounds of force.
Basically,
acting on that
amateur
arm.
did a crappy
Is that enough
job.
to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulna or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and, again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated in this? Do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of?
Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm, it's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. It was a GoPro that was recording that real-time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like ripping imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24 mile an hour impact?
G-force, let me see exactly.
Could you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something
Yes, my report.
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
He would have had something broken.
Yeah.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs. And for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
She is quiet.
Again, certainly there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm and also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
Thank you, lady.
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay. It's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight,
You're lighting it gray.
it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not, I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please.
Congrats.
What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right. Just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Next slide,
Dakota.
please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the lift gate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
Yeah, at this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the hand, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Wrenchler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing
I think it's the last
that
one.
strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. It shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is 2.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle is moving. That main direction, that main force moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the tail light cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Bev,
On
you're
what do
being
you
quiet.
base
You're scaring me.
Your opinion that you just told the jurors.
That looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average, it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly the test. The paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled.
You guys are so
Or if
sweet.
it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces, again, on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24
Wow.
mile an hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma. There were no fractures. There wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising. There was no lacerations. There was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Yes. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred. And there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Yes, it's Zoe,
Well,
the queen of the
because
house.
with automobile
Oh, girl.
pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during auto-ped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed,
Yes.
especially at center of mass,
The lovely Zoe.
there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee. The bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
She's like,
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicular
No.
impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
she's a baby.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at
She's a
24 miles an
sweetie.
hour
Look at
or
her.
somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that
Yeah.
opinion?
I do not believe that
They're both
injury is
those ways.
consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
hour. I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small? How big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Let's go to the next slide.
Oh, thank you, Chad. You guys are so sweet.
Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
She's the one
Were you
that
able to
snores
review
really loud that you guys can
Photographs
hear.
of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's
That's
SUV.
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what
Thank you,
relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the
love
dummy
you.
here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of
Both my dogs have
diagrams?
been very
So
sweet.
this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and show it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
Oh boy.
Did this support your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually.
Sure.
So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there. The last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a ½ centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of the, or the height of the bumper itself being
You ready to get
from the knee
down?
to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto-pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, the academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test
No.
or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to the, yes, there we go. What is that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
We spoke too soon, chat.
I know, chat.
Summoned her awake.
Yeah. Chat did it.
Freaking Beetlejuice over here.
I think Welcher's going to be a hot mess today with
You mean
this.
Brennan?
I mean, Brennan, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He's gonna ask some really stupid questions. I feel like we already heard some of what he probably is gonna ask Rechler when he was talking with Dr. Wolf. So this guy is just gonna be like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, look, Paul's in a suit again today, it looks like.
Oh yeah, he is. He is. What is up with this crappy cameraman? I mean, I don't know. Somebody else must be running the show. Dave said, I got lots of sleep. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Oh, yes, Shaka. Oh, we're going to do stupid freaking arm math today.
We are.
Oh. And nobody cares. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter.
Dr. Rentschler,
I agree.
can we move to slide? Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
70, Mr. Jackson.
Brace yourselves. Especially didn't go for a morning recess.
I wish my eyes were better.
Did they ever say, are they doing a full day Thursday or a half day?
Slide
They said-
70.
I think everything's full day.
Okay. Okay.
Let me restart it here.
Unless I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide? This is slide 7. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rentschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts And there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71?
Oh,
Do you
look at him
recognize
slow
what's
dancing.
depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilized. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD, anthropomorphic test device, was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
It's a 50%?
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
I loved Rainmaker.
And to get the forces on the head,
It's a good book.
Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
Sure was.
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Dummy
So this
and
test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please.
I love it. I love it so much. It's ridiculous.
By the way, Dr. Rinchler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide, though. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh,
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Sure is.
Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
So weird. We're all voyeurs. I know it. Oh, I know.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
Opinions and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video? Thank you.
I love it so much. No.
What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I want to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you can tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that? The dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Somebody
Let's
capture
go to
that
the next
and
slide.
make all
I'm
the
sorry.
names and send
If
them
we
to
could
us.
revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Oh,
Every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because again, this is the pain test, which indicates
This is
the
ridiculous.
position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustain is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support?
I love
what you
that. Thank
just
you,
suggested?
Angie. Join our Discord. We're going to have a meme challenge
Sustain
over
is to
there
the end.
with the
What do the kinematics
Welcher in the
support?
dummy.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute.
Of course. Of course.
Jurors will be taking our break.
Now or
We'll
what?
be taking our break soon, I
Um,
think, is what she was going to say.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh,
I hope.
that's neat. Okay. Here.
I mean,
um,
he's just
he is
making.
just like, this guy's a joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops, that was the wrong button. Oops. Whoopsie. Sorry.
They,
Got to
I
the button.
mean, he is once again sweeping the floor with aperture.
Yeah, I thought I saved that. Did it not? I'm trying to, it's not saving for me for some reason. Maybe because I need to click save. Anyway, maybe we'll pull this back up during lunchtime or in our Discord. You guys can start making captions and memes for it now.
That
Like, oh my gosh. They paid $400,000 for this.
yeah.
And his glass is empty. Yes. Yes, Sankota. Really, really scientific, and I don't even think, I think they determined it was a taller glass, but maybe not. 10 jurors right as Frenchler testifies aperture's source for head injuries in vehicle collision is out of date and predates SUVs. Yeah, they're just something. So we can do that little fun game at lunch. I'll leave it up in case Terry, I do have an appointment today at noon, so Terry will take over. I'll leave that up in case you want to pull that up during lunchtime,
Okay.
Terry. You just same thing when you do videos. Oh, another train today. It is so noisy outside here
Dave, I
today.
agree. There's something a little
I'm kinda over
disturbing
it.
in the picture.
Oh, love is love, guys. Let's not judge them. That's true.
That's true. But can the
Oh,
dummy give consent? I don't think the
I know it's
dummy
like they're
can give
dancing at
consent.
a middle school dance.
It does.
I swear, this case has like everything and more. I saw there was a case that started yesterday, something about a corner murder in South Carolina. Apparently, the defendant and her affair partner killed her husband or father of her kids, something like that. I'm not super clear on the details because what I could not move past was the fact that the case is taking place in Horry County, South Carolina, and the body was found in the Little PD River. I was like, oh my God. I couldn't imagine having to hear that for the whole trial. The court TV is streaming it, but like,
Oh, wow.
I am not an adult. I couldn't get past it. Oh, love that. Thanks, babe. Let's see. Yeah, I think that he is destroying Aperture, like, wholeheartedly. And I do think that Brennan's gonna come in and be like, well, what about the size of the arms? The weight of the arms and all of that. Oh, it's pronounced Ori, but then maybe they shouldn't have included the H. That's on them. That's on them. Okay? That's on them.
They thought we could be adults.
We're not. Anyway, it brought me lots of joy. Lots of joy. It sounds French, but it is South Carolina, where I'm pretty sure nobody even knows one word of French. Yes, we did create a meme off channel in our Discord for submissions, and I'm sure we will put them together or something. But oh, that's going to be great. That's going to be great. Now, in case you guys didn't know, after we're done with Karen Reed, if this goes to Jury Friday, we'll start Friday. I don't know. But we're going to watch the Lori Daybell trial in Arizona that's going on right now. It'll probably have a verdict before we're all caught up. But she's representing herself, and I've heard some crazy stuff that's been going on over there. So I'm very excited to watch it all with you. Because you can't get much better than pro se, except for this.
May I continue?
Catastrophe.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything.
Wrenchler.
Did I do that again?
Wrenchler.
My goodness. This is Dr. Welcher in the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Wrenchler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion
Yes.
of being of the body placement, where you discussed the body placement. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface, as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Wrenchler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion
She's the worst.
whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, so now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay.
Right this way.
You are muted.
All right. Well, that's a day. That's a day so far. Simcoda just became a new YouTube member. Thank you so much for becoming a member and supporting the channel. Tonight we have a members only at 7 o'clock Eastern. Terry and I don't know what shenanigans we're going to get into, but it will be a good time. So be there. And thank you again for joining. If you want to, just click the join button. You can pick which tier best suits you. And we got a lot of interesting, fun things for members coming up. I'm very excited to share them when I can. So you don't want to miss out on those for sure. Okay, because I don't know where Terry went, so we'll leave her black square there because the other one's too big and I don't like it right now. I don't need all that attention on my face today. Oh, Brennan is going to be so annoying where did that go? Oh, there it is. Brennan is going to be so annoying this afternoon. Can't wait. Can't wait. I wonder what the jury is thinking because both of the ARCA guys, I can't think of two more credible witnesses. Well, aside for the doctors, but like in comparison, when you compare Dr. Wolf and Dr. Wrenchler with Burgess and Dr. Welcher, it is wild. And I do think that some of them have to remember the amount of money that was paid to Aperture and be like, what? What? So I think it's going to be great. Savage says, Arca, I say we nuke the case from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. I mean, as Dr. Welcher said, our Lexus could be in space. We don't know. But I do think the ARCA witnesses have been more than credible. I think there were some things I was like, why did he use the left hand in his diagram instead of the right one, which is kind of weird, but I don't know, maybe he already had it made or something. Tomato, really, but oh boy. And then I heard that Brennan has like 3 DNA crime scene people that he's calling. And who's the other? Oh, Dr. Welcher, who no, thank you. No, thank you. I bet the jury is just sitting there like, oh my God, no, thank you. And you see, that's why he didn't, Welcher didn't need to behave the way he did on stage, which was very condescending and arrogant and just the worst, the worst. And that's definitely a him problem because we've had other people who just do not behave that way. And I'm wondering if he's going to be even more like when he comes back, knowing how much his stuff has been torn apart. So I hope that, I don't remember who questioned Dr. Welcher. Was it Alessi? I think it was Alessi. I can't wait for him to be like, oh, and would you say that's enough for $400,000 worth? You got $400,000. Why didn't you buy a rescue Randy? That's what I would ask. That's for sure. Yes, raindrops and feathers. Dr. Welcher again. Ugh.
I'm like, seriously.
Make it stop. I know, the Alessinator. I wonder what happened to the Alessinator. That was in chat. Hope they're doing well.
I know. We are missing some of we're like, where's Bobby B?
I know. Some people have lives, I guess. Rude. I'm just kidding. Simone says with ARCA being able to prove that John could not have been struck by any type of vehicle, the weight of the facts speak volumes. We are peeling back that onion. And I agree. I mean, I don't know what more people that are saying, oh yeah, he was definitely hit by a car. I don't know what more they want. Like,
right.
I don't know how you can do those mental gymnastics at this point. And like, okay, sure, there's a like 0.0000001% that sure it could probably happen, but put all of it together and it's simply just not what happened. So Bobby B got hired by Bev to thank her throughout the day. That is hilarious and fantastic. Fantastic. Linda 4OK says the defense has definitely shown no vehicle is involved, and it's going to be up to AJ to connect all the dots. I think he is going to have a banger of a closing argument. I don't even know if we're prepared for how good he's probably going to be able to put it together, because he's an amazing orator. Like, he really is. Because I think when I saw stuff from the first trial, the closing, I don't even think he had notes. Did he have notes for opening? I don't know. Either way.
Hey, that was a year ago. That was like Buffy said 1,500 and something days ago.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I mean, it's fine if they use notes for their opening and closing, but when a lawyer doesn't have to, that's when you know that they know literally everything about the case. Like, they have invested a lot of time, because it's hard to do, to memorize stuff for like an hour. It took me like a month to memorize my own opening, and I only started remembering it because I did like 50 takes for that video. I did like 20 minutes of takes for that. And sweet Amos had to sort through them all. But I memorized it after that. So
But
there's
you
that.
memorized it after that.
Yeah, now I don't have to say it anymore. So that's nice.
All I know is Welcher might cause today to be a midday Moscato day.
I know. I might open up my bottle of red wine that I was saving for tomorrow night. We'll see. We'll see. Guys, tomorrow, Terry and I have True Crime and Wine Time at 8 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to be talking about the Austin Harrop case. He is the Florida college kid who ended up killing his neighbors and eating their face and behaving like a dog. It's very interesting story.
Let's
So
just go
you
on
don't wanna miss
record. Terry, once again, did not pick this case. I'm sorry.
that. Yeah.
There's a couple of things that terrify me. The thought of burning to death and the thought of somebody eating me.
Yeah.
The cannibal thing. So eating somebody's face off really kind of freaks me out. Just so you know.
Yeah, it's very weird. So we'll be telling you guys that story tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then the one we have after that is an interview.
Yes.
We will have a special guest interview, but no spoilers yet. And we'll be very excited about that. So, thank you, Dave, for Skittles and cranberry juice. You're so sweet. Thank you for the super chat, Dave. I really appreciate that. And I heard that Terry now brushes her teeth in the morning because of you.
Yes. Well, I
She made it a
normally
point
brush
to
my
tell
teeth.
everybody.
It was just yesterday. I literally didn't wash my face or anything. When I just logged on drinking coffee and I saw you had something going on, I brushed my hair, put on a t-shirt, and jumped on.
Yeah.
So I also didn't have a burn.
Yeah, I don't think Terry's going to be
watching.
watching Yellow Jackets.
Yes. No.
Yellow
I won't
Jackets is
be.
fantastic.
Well,
There is
and
a
you
God,
know
says
that's
Dave.
one reason why it freaked me out when I found out my first husband, after we were married, when I found out he was related to the Donner Party. It was his great grandparents or something. That freaked me out. And I think it led to the divorce a lot sooner because I didn't want to die and his people eat me.
I mean, it was kind of a messed up situation.
Yeah.
We do not condone eating people here. We just joke about it a lot
There
because
is a
we are big
God.
fans of Yellow Jackets. So survival cannibalism comes up at least once a week in Discord. At least once a
Okay.
week. We're like, let's talk about it.
So that is in Yellow Jackets because it's on our list to watch. And I think we are almost to the end of the agency and Yellow Jackets is next.
Dude, Yellow
Is
Jackets is so freaking good. It's
Is it?
so
Okay.
good. Just watch.
Okay.
It's so good. We love it. I mean,
Okay.
it's about 90s girls soccer team whose plane crashes in the forest. So,
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
it's good.
I agree, Captain. I don't
Exactly.
condone cannibalism, and I I understand that. I am the person that would just have to die. I would just have to die.
All I know is that Yellow Jackets makes you terrified of teenage girls. They're
I'm
crazy.
already
They're so
terrified
crazy.
of
It's so
teenage
good though.
girls.
You'll love it.
Monkey Butt
Yeah,
will be
it's
13 in November.
it's something. You'll like it. Oh, Department Q. We started watching that the other night, but I was kind of too distracted to pay attention because it was an English show, which sometimes the accents, I do have to pay attention more, and I was just too tired. But it is on my list. I'll probably try to watch it this weekend. But it seems all right. It's new on Netflix. Let me try to remember the first episode. It's about a detective. It's like a detective show.
Okay, I'm writing it down.
So, because I don't remember who in chat had recommended it, and then I went to check it out that night. But I was like,
98% of the time, y'all have good recommendations. It's just the Potter and the War Stars that's a little weird. But other than that, y'all are pretty good.
okay. Oh, Linda says, I mean, do you really have to have notes for your opening when basically it says there's no collision, there's no collision, there is no collision? Remember, good job with the 3 times, because saying something 3 times makes it true.
Do you
Yeah, I
think
heard
the
good things. I heard good things.
jury has forgotten about Jen McCabe saying she hit him, she hit him, she hit him? Do you think that's so far out of their mind by now?
Could be. It depends if there's anyone on there that feels like confessions hold all of the weight. Because some people are like that, where they're like, well, the person said they did it, so that must be what happened, right? They admitted it, they're guilty. And it's like, yeah, okay, but that's not, there's so many other factors you have to take into consideration.
Mhm.
You know, and especially for Karen. Okay, she's literally going through something very traumatic. She's hysterical. She is, and that's fine. I would be too in this scenario. And for me, it was more of her questioning if, like,
Mhm.
she's just trying to run through scenarios. That doesn't for me qualify for like the level I need of a confession to be like legit to me.
Same here.
Because a lot of people in the Richard Allen case, they're like, oh, he confessed to murdering those girls numerous times. He was in solitary confinement,
Mhm.
literally eating his own poop, banging his
Mhm.
head against the wall. And you want to say, nope, he confessed under those
No.
circumstances?
Yeah.
No, you can't. You can't. I can't anyway. I know other people can, and that's fine. They can, but to me, that doesn't qualify. I even if he did do it, I have to throw that out because it's
Mhm.
not. There's other factors. There's reasonable doubt, I guess I should say.
Well, and I think you must consider what kind of trauma somebody's going through. They've been drinking. I've woken up the day after drinking and started questioning myself. Did I do that? Did I dream that? And
Oh,
I've
yeah.
asked questions. I mean, yeah.
Nope. Nobody wrote it down. Not a single person wrote it down. And that's why it's so hard to believe. And I hope nobody like that's their pivotal point is like, well, what about
Yeah.
she hit him? Okay, and because guess what? Even if she says I hit him, how are you going to explain that his body is in the condition that it's in? Like I don't know.
And
I don't know.
yeah.
Dude, I want to party with Terry so much. She sounds like a blast to have fun with. She's always doing something crazy. And I can't wait for July when we get to meet each other and do our show in July. Why don't you tell them about that, Terry?
So we are going to be at the Blend of 7 Winery, July 19th. Guys, that is like a month and 7 or 8 days. I don't do math. I think
Oh my
that's 40
goodness.
something days. But we are going to be in person. Me, Llama, the wonderful Amos will be there with her significant other. We will have elbow feet there. And we are going to be covering the Joey LaBute case. Did I say it right this time?
Yep.
And that is a very important case to Llama. She knows this
Yeah.
case in and out. So we're going to be doing that. And then for our midday missing, we are going to be covering Andy Chapman. And guys,
Mm.
also, there's going to be a lot of members only streaming because we're all going to be staying in the same Airbnb. I'm sure there's going to be alcohol.
Oh, there's certainly.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a great
because
time. Well, we were looking for an Airbnb and like one that we really liked. It was very bougie looking and yet affordable. And they were like, yeah, but our neighbors don't like parties, so like no parties are allowed. And I was like, it's only gonna be like 6 of us,
Yes.
but I'm pretty sure the 6 of us would equal like 25 people
Yeah.
for being so excited and having a good time. So I was like, what do they mean by party and noise?
and I was like,
So we'll see.
just call it a girls' weekend kind of thing. But Kelly P, JT was on earlier and dropped in to
Yeah.
say hi. I chatted with him yesterday or the day before, and it's doing good. Doing good.
Yeah, he popped
now-
in earlier and said hi. Oh, and maybe
Mm.
cheesecake from Mom Long. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Yes,
So
I
good.
love cheesecake.
It's all from
Yes.
scratch too. Like,
Captain, are you going to
Yeah.
come join our wellness retreat? Now,
for sure.
one of the Airbnbs didn't have comic book photos or something all over the place.
Yeah, it was a superhero themed B&B.
Superhero
and
themed.
yes,
I saw
the shower curtain was like a whole bunch of the superheroes with their butts out. It's great.
With
I
their butts out.
screenshotted it because I was like, that's amazing. But I was like, Terry's not gonna like this.
Oh no, I like superheroes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how nerdy of a place you were wanting to stay. But I don't know. We need to decide on something this week, though.
We need to. I mean,
We have not now. I have not. Give us a talk later. We'll sort it out.
we're going to have room for you, Captain, for sure.
Mhm.
Because you need to do my eye makeup. Remember? But
Anyway, so that's
it's
what we'll
going to
be
be
doing
fun.
in July.
And it's a small, quaint little venue. So I don't even know if we're going to need to use microphones or if it's close enough that I think it holds 40 people. I'm sure we'll still use microphones, but you're going to be able to reach out and touch us.
It sounds
'Cause-
so intimidating to me. Like talk to more people in a day than that little room, but that's okay. It'll
It's like
be
say-
a good time.
This will be easier because it'll be just like our small little family friends.
Sure.
We'll get to know them
Sure.
all before we start. They will be just like friends,
Done.
you know.
Done, Captain. Done.
Um,
Every one of the I him accusations is hearsay. Agreed, but also no, because it's about the defendant, right? So they can say that it doesn't qualify as hearsay when it's the defendant for some reason, and I forget what that reason is right now. But the fact that none of them wrote it in their reports over and over and over again, it's a little crazy about that. Because it's needed for touch. Okay. Unless you're a dummy. Well, that's true. You guys should get together and bullshit with us and StreamYard. Yeah.
you
Let's
should.
do it. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time.
It'll be fun,
Oh,
and
boy.
we'll be there for a serious thing, but it'll also be a good time.
Yeah. And it's going to be your birthday.
And it is going to be my birthday.
It's going to be your birthday. So that'll be great. We're going to have a great time. Oh, yes. I have not forgotten, you guys. I'm just behind. But don't forget to email pics of your ceiling fans because we are going to have a matchmaking with the OnlyFan. All right. Pair the OnlyFan up with hopefully a lovely partner or your pet pics for our pet parade. Because what I'm thinking of doing is taking everybody's pictures of pets with their animals' names and with your YouTube handle. Make sure you include those. Because what I want to do is make like a little video that we can play if like we need to step away or something. So we can just keep adding people's, pet pics to that and just have it because we obviously love pets. You saw I have 2 dogs, Zoe and Kita.
And you
Kita does not
see,
like
there's
to be
even a
picked up.
snake in this.
Yeah,
So
well,
snakes
I'm
are
not,
allowed.
no, they're not. No, Angie's fired. So it's not happening. I'm just kidding, Angie. But listen, I'll allow snakes if someone has a pet penguin. Okay? Because there's a penguin there. Speaking of animals, so last night on our news, yesterday in the county over from me, next to me, it's pretty close, and it's where Elbow Feet usually works in now. There was a black bear that they caught. Well, they didn't catch him. I'm sorry. On video, they caught him. They're
Oh,
letting him do his thing because
what was he
the
doing?
wildlife department is like watching, just roaming around in a field and stuff.
Love
Apparently, there
that.
hasn't been a black bear in that county for 22 years. I don't think they normally go this far north in Ohio,
Oh,
but
wow.
apparently they see a lot of male juveniles kind of like by themselves,
Oh.
out and about. But I was
So
like,
I
oh
have to
my
worry about
gosh,
black bears while we're there?
maybe,
Wait a minute.
maybe.
Okay, I
They're
was open to
fine.
the crack raccoon. Not sure
The
about a black bear.
raccoons.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, we got those angsty teen bears and we got
great.
coyotes,
Coyotes I'm
but
used to.
yeah, we have deer in the city, so there's that for some reason. Yeah,
I've
you can like
never
walk up to the
seen.
deer.
You can ours too. Our deers,
Mhm.
especially the ones that come in the back 40, they don't come as much now that we fenced it in and the dogs are back there, but we used to have 15 to 20 deer.
Probably. Yeah. Gonna get that cocaine bear. Yeah, there you go, Savage. Yes, the cocaine bear. In Ohio. I mean, our animals know how to party, I guess. I guess.
I mean, my
Yeah,
nickname
don't
is
feed the
Tear
bears.
Bear, so maybe the bear will want to be friends with me if I bring it treats.
What's interesting is nobody's ever called me Terror Bear,
Really?
like ever. No, no,
Well,
no.
my
Nobody's ever
maiden
called
name
me
is
Terror Bear.
A Bear, and my mom went by Mama
Oh,
Bear, and my brother went
well,
by
okay,
A Bear. So Tear
that makes
Bear
a ton
just
of
kind of.
sense. That's fair. But I also love the Care Bears. And then when I heard you
Love the
calling
Care
yourself Terror Bear, and I was like, nobody's ever called me Terror Bear, and that makes me sad. So that's
You
okay.
can be a
Fine. I
Tear
got a
Bear
cooler
too.
nickname. I'm Llama.
You
It's
could be a
fine.
Terra Bear or a T Bear.
I love it. Oh, so the media. Oh, yeah, the media break is on there as well. You do live where the real cocaine bear died. That's a real story, in case you guys didn't know.
Oh, I did.
Uh huh.
See, the things I think that are real and the things that I think are fake. I thought this was fake.
I told Terry the other day, and she was like, "No, you're fired." No, I'm just kidding. She didn't say that, but I was like, "Oh, one of the things we can do in the members only is, does Terry think this is real or fake?"
I mean, why would you think there's
I
a
love
real
that.
cocaine bear?
I mean, that's a fair point. It's a fair point,
I
but
mean,
it's true.
I
There's
wouldn't have
also
believed a
cocaine and
crack
hippopotamuses.
raccoon if I hadn't seen the photos.
Oh, terror bear. Yeah. Well, so Elba Feet were talking about if we got married and like we could change our name to whatever. He said, my last name should be Ist, and my name is Tara. So
Yeah, I don't
you can
think
put
you
that
want that.
together. It's like, I don't think that's great. So
Don't try to get on a plane.
I know, right? Don't worry, Terry. In real life, it just died, and now you can get married by its taxidermy body. Yes, that's also true.
I will do
Also
that for my
true.
next marriage.
Terrible.
Terrible. That's
Terrible. That makes sense. And there's not a lot of nice ones out there. There's not a lot of good ones.
I think we should call you Tara Tot.
Tara Tot? That's
Instead of a tater tot, you could be our Tara Tot.
a Tara Tot. That's cute.
I mean, what
And
would
my
go with
nieces and
elbow
nephews call
feet?
me Aunt Tata.
Hand foot?
Hmm?
We could call you Tara Hand foot. Terrific. That,
Oh,
Amos,
that's a good
I
one.
like that.
There you
I
go.
like
I love that.
terrific.
I'll stick with Llama though. I like Llama. So, but thank you for the positive suggestions. Let's
I hope
see.
nothing spicy happens while you're gone.
You know it's gonna. You know it's gonna because I do have to
I
leave in a
know.
couple minutes. I just looked at the time. I didn't realize. Um, we've definitely talked about Tyrannosaurus. Yes, because that was actually no, the one that I was like, I want was Dactyl. I want my last name to be Dactyl. Because I need pterodactyl.
That is cute. Tara.
Right?
Okay. I like that.
That was the animal one that I wanted was pterodactyl. So if you ever wonder what things Elvie and I talk about, that's that kind of stuff.
I like it.
No, I'm sure Brennan's gonna come back real spicy
Oh yeah.
right off the gate. Right off the gate. Did he, yes, since I didn't watch yesterday, did he like go back to like his old ways, or did he still kind of seem a little
He still seems a little taken down a peg or two. He was still a little
okay.
more soft spoken. And when he went
Mm.
up to say why he wanted to question the doctor about credentials and things, he had to bring up 2 different binders. He even flagged them. He read exactly from that. It was like he lost a little bit of confidence, in my opinions.
Interesting. Yes, of course, Dave. We could always
Yes.
include them. If you want to donate $150,000, Rescue Randy could be in Ohio.
Yes.
We can get our own. Is that a tax write-off? I think we could probably write that
That
off
would
on
be.
taxes. Don't say.
I
Just
think
saying.
the tax accountant would say yes.
This pterodactyl, nice. Now, actually, I think you shared that with me before at some point, Catherine, because I feel like we've had this conversation. Kelly says, according to Sue, the jury has been taking notes and paying attention to Dr. Welcher. I'll have more from her when the jury gets back. Yeah, I think he's doing a great job.
I like him.
Well, yeah, you guys can fill out a form if you have been on a jury or witness or I don't know, anything involved in the legal field. If you want to fill out this form here, I'd love to have you on Couch Confessions, where I just casually interview you and we talk and we had a good time. Terry did one when she served as a juror a couple weeks ago. Last week we had on Raindrops and Feathers and learned about her experience as a loss prevention specialist and her having to testify. It was amazing, insightful conversation. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I promise it's really casual. Okay. You don't even have to be on camera if you don't want to. You know, you can just do this where we just hear your voice, but don't see your face. I understand that's a lot of people don't like that, and I totally understand. So that's always an option as well. I want anybody that comes on to feel comfortable. So,
And hopefully we know someone soon who gets picked for a federal jury, because I think that would be really awesome.
that's true. That is true. Someone we know did get a summons for federal jury court. So, but I have to go a few minutes early so I can use the
Okay.
bathroom and pour coffee before my appointment.
I'll
Terry,
try
I know
not
you're
to
going to do
damage
wonderfully
anything.
well. And everyone else, I will see you back probably when it's lunchtime. So be sure to take all the notes so you can fill me in. All right. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye, Llama. Ha! Y'all are stuck with me again today. What do you think about that? Only one can be America's next top juror. That's true. I do hope the person that we know who got the federal summons, I mean, that would be amazing. Now, substitute teacher time. I have to tell you, I would have been a horrible teacher. Okay. Just going to say it. I would have not been a good teacher because, yeah, I just wouldn't have been a good teacher. RTC, what happened? I'm not sure. What are you talking about? Lady in Gray, I do think it's interesting that no one's been released. Oh, I hear sound. Llama, it's not letting me.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Uh-oh. Let me go try to find the stream because I don't know what
All
happened.
right, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
I can't put. There it goes.
Dr. Welcher,
getting nervous.
facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you
Yeah.
think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the
You-
question.
Dr. Wrench has no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Play exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Wrenchler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before.
Yes.
And when you looked at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Wrenchler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes,
You
sir.
take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testify about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, They would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe we can approach briefly.
Okay, guys. I mean, here we go again. The FBI knows. Yeah, I just. Oh, I kind of do too. Alessia is agitated. Ooh. I really need some gummy bears to snosh on. Bev won't rule, the door is opened. I mean, raindrop and feathers. I'm out of M&Ms too. I think I have some peanut M&Ms that I could go and grab. They're just not my favorite. The defense has to clear that up for the jury. No, not laced gummy bears, just good old-fashioned gummy bears. I did just have some sour gummy bears the other day, and they were pretty good too. But no laced gummy bears, please. Yes. I have to say there's so many things that come up. There you go. Buffy, I was going to like, he needs to clear that up because that sometimes trying to avoid things makes it look worse, but it makes it look like he did something nefarious. I agree. Buffy, it looks like everybody agrees with you. Yeah, I mean, they need to clear that up, but I don't know if Bev, now that that door's opened, in my opinion, I don't know. Let's see. Unless he's taking deep breaths. See what happens.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
We could hope. I am too, Buffy. And then I see a third trial.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare.
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific answer.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter. So let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah,
Of
I
course you
don't
are.
think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
Of course you are, Beth.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand it. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualifications, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
So you don't believe.
Yeah, there was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned in coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation, assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified,
What's it
did you
matter?
stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias warring in you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people. And so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and your answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea, possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
Do you remember
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea.
You remember?
I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Did you pay for the time you ate?
You wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
Yeah, it's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
Is that, that's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, did you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point?
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
No.
Do you know
Oh my God,
whether there was a
Hank.
court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did you
Yes.
have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text?
I
that
do
you
the
had with
same.
defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah,
No.
you worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
When you worked on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Sustained.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
I can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Do you, since your memory is difficult,
Sustained. Okay.
Look at the look on his face. He's like, seriously? I am so infuriated at this. I hope AJ is, Hank, just stop. Okay? Just stop. I mean, why does it matter if he suggested that maybe they try a couple of tests? I'm assuming they all sat down and brainstormed, okay, what tests should we try to do? What do you think will best represent and give the closest answer to the truth? He can only do this because he ain't got shit. Yeah. He looks like he wants to take Hank out behind the woodshed. He does. I agree. Nobody ever told Hank that you get more flies with honey, dear. You do. I do think this is showing some desperation. 7 jurors are writing as Brennan asked if Frenchler had free reign. He says he had budget concerns, etc. I mean, who doesn't? Even in my little HR world, I'm given a budget. Hey, you could spend this much. I'm not told what we're billing to customers or anything like that. So I have a hunch at least one juror has work management experience and may hire people. One of them was taking vigorous notes during the budget portion of the testimony. Yeah, I mean, any project manager, anyone who does projects, you're given budgets. Even party planners get budgets. So I don't. Maybe Buffy can school me on why that would be so important. Yeah.
to remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Okay.
Look at the look on Bev's face. She has an RBF. Hank knows he can't hit this witness on his testimony. Yeah, I agree.
You provided a CV, which is a resume.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
It's not a resume,
Yes,
it's a curriculum by day.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school, correct?
Have you had any peer review articles since 2003?
Probably not, no.
And your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter,
Yes, sir.
Smart Technology for Aging,
Yes, sir.
and again, nothing on pedestrian accidents.
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few.
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs.
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
At least it didn't lie about having a degree.
Doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see.
Hank's going to try to do
Accelerations
math
for the
on his
right
phone.
hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hurts. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnoses, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welcher's work.
Sustained.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to get the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report? Or were you doing a certain kind of,
Sustained.
were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report.
Sustained in that.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRI is looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience.
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people and different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen, in any of your cases, a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cards? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. The testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
It's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Objection.
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, all right, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was going to run to the ladies' room real quick, but since we're at sidebar, I guess I'll hold it. I mean, it'll just maybe help Stoney. What the F is going on? What? The expressive jurors given Brennan and then Reichler the same skeptical look. I just agreed, Nikki. Is this a joke? Wow. I will say I am glad that Bev finally said something about Hank in his commentary. But yeah, I want to be a fly on the wall during deliberations.
Rise to the jury. Front door breaking.
Sooner or later they realize you like it. That's funny. Okay, what is going on? Short break while the jury exits. Oh boy. He's going to have to put his foot down with the Brennan. Isn't Hank badgering the witness? Bev should intervene. He needs a sandwich. Yeah, they're sending the jury out. So, I agree. He's an expert witness. He's there to give his opinion. You don't have to like it. That's what I'm wondering, Linda. They said that they're looking at Brennan skeptical and Dr. Reichler skeptical. I'm not sure. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. One juror asked for the court officer. She looks sick. Uh-oh. Maybe the juror needed to. Maybe Brennan is just making her so sick. Bet Bev won't read him. No, she's not. Is he going to ask Bev to admonish Brennan for the commentary? Should eat a ham sandwich. I think I'm going to have a ham sandwich now for lunch. I'm hoping we have ham. Yes, he makes me sick. So These poor jurors having to sit there and watch this and try not to react. Lord.
So it will be the luncheon recess and we'll take an hour.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. Wow. So we're going to take an hour. So if the juror's looking at both Brennan and Rutschler skeptical at the same time, then that juror doesn't understand. She has chosen one to believe. Yeah, wow. I think Bev decided we should go to lunch. I think we got some hangry people and they need to get some food in them before this courtroom gets out of control, is what I'm thinking. But we also know I'm not that smart. But yeah. What do you guys think? Yeah, Lady in Gray, I hope you did not jinx when you pointed out no jurors have been lost, but maybe just needs to go to the restroom. But I mean, I think they're hungry. I think they need to take a break. Every now and then, you should just take a step back and take deep breaths. Just think about it. If we're feeling it this way and we're just watchers here on this side, imagine how they're feeling. Maybe it's not a skeptical look. It could be a look of disbelief over the entire back and forth. I can agree with that because I would be looking at them like, really? We're doing this? Really? Is what I would be doing. But I think it was a good time to call lunch. I think Bev made the right decision here. Bev, I just gave you a freebie, okay? I gave you a freebie compliment. I just said, I think you did the right thing. You're not going to get a lot of those out of me. So take it. Typical move when a person is losing in an argument, they resort to insults and angers. True. And I think Hank's feeling the pressure. I mean, let's think about it. He is feeling the pressure of how good the defense's experts have been. They were well spoken. He couldn't shake them. He couldn't discredit them. He has got to be feeling that pressure. I know I would be if I was in his. I hope lunch is ham too. I hope they got ham sandwiches. Okay. Yes, don't forget to join our meme challenge over in the Discord server here. So you're supposed to come up with captions for I have so many thoughts, but none of them are PG rated because, yeah, that's just where my brain goes with this. I have a feeling you guys can come up with some really great ones for this. Okay, really ones. Hold on. Raindrops and Feathers said she added her meme. I think she just realized it's over. I know. But I think if you stop and think about it as attorneys or they're in this situation, there are going to be times that you think you're winning, times that you think you're losing. I think it's going to be a back and forth. I think that stress, knowing how credible their witnesses have been after what's happened to yours has got to make him be questioning everything. They're going to know. How would they know? ARCA is not allowing Brennan to craft a scenario that does not exist and then make them opine on it. No doubt Hank is ready to pound nails. I agree. I'm out of water and I can't talk. Interesting thing that I learned about Robert Alessi, he was a boxer and his dad had a boxing background. Plus, he's 67 years old. I would have guessed early 50s. Agree with you that he doesn't look his age. That is interesting that he was a boxer. Oh, that's your meme quote. LOL. Okay. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Grabbing rubber is a huge difference in grabbing ass. If I was in the jury, this would not win any points with me. Unacceptable behavior. I think Hank Marvin's so going to cook dinner. Yeah, I mean, if I was on this jury, I would not find this okay. I would not find this okay. I think that you need to show respect to people for their positions, their education. I mean, like Burgess, I would have felt bad for Burgess if he hadn't have misrepresented his credentials. I would have felt bad for him, and I would not have taken kindly to him being treated that way. But he lied, and then he tried to keep lying, and he tried to do that crawfish crawl and get out of it instead of just owning it and admitting it. Agreed. Badgering has zero to do with the facts. And in my opinion, it makes you look bad. One thing I look for in attorneys, I want them to be able to tell me a good story. I want them to make that story make sense with the evidence. I want you to connect the dots for me. And I want you to be respectful to the court and to the witnesses. And I don't feel that Brennan has been that. Badgering is not a detail, Hank. Exactly. And I find it interesting that Hank now wants to say that details matter, but he didn't think details mattered when Burgess put that he had a bachelor's degree when he didn't. Apparently, details didn't matter to him at that point, but now they matter. To me, you can't do that. They either have to matter or they don't have to matter. Okay. Linda says it's all in the genetics. My dad was super buff all the way up into his 90s. That is good. I mean, some people just do get some great genetics. Same here. Burgess did it to himself. Yes. Hypocrite Hank. Yes. Details don't matter because it doesn't fit their agenda. Right. Hank wants the details to matter when he thinks it fits his agenda. And I don't like that. I don't like that. And I do not like that Bev isn't calling Hank on the carpet a little bit more, taking him to task. I bet Jackson and Alessi are chomping at the bits. For those of us who did the work to get our bachelor's and master's while working full time, I have zero sympathy for burgers. I agree. And no one is saying he has to have that degree. Okay. Sometimes life experience can be better in certain situations, but you don't lie about it. Okay. You don't lie about it because then once you do that, you have lost all credibility to me. Anything you would have said, I don't care if it was cold, hard fact, you lost your credibility with me. I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but that's how I feel. And then too, Bev has the disclaimer that testimony isn't facts, yet every other time an objection is called, it's sustained or stricken from the record. Eggs and bacon Yankee. Yeah. Does anyone else feel that way, that if an expert witness gets caught in a bold-faced lie like Burgess, did you now discredit everything he said? Because I did. Everything he said, I just kind of threw it away and put it in file 13. It doesn't matter to me anymore. And that makes me just not believe him. Now, he had the date of the event wrong. I can get over with because we all make those kind of mistakes, I can say. But the whole degree thing was not a mistake. You know? So I don't know. I'm just not a fan of that. Any lie, even if it may be for a good intention, will always make you look bad and hurt your appearance. That's how I feel. I mean, and that's why I even tell Double H, if I ask you how something looks on me, don't lie to me. just to placate me. Don't lie to me. Just tell me the truth. Be gentle. You don't have to say, no, that makes you look like a fat cow. You can just say, I don't think that makes you look your best. Okay. Joe says, if someone lies about one thing, there's no way to trust if anything they say is truthful. Agree. Misquote something, there's room for discussion. Lie to me and you're done. I can see why they drink themselves stupid. Sorry, not trying to offend you, anyone. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think Karen Reed, her entire team, deserves to go be on an island somewhere where they're not having to drive, where they have cabana boys, cabana girls serving them as many cocktails as they want, as long as no one's driving. Okay. I just want to preface it that. Just want to preface it that. Now, Llama should be back soon, but don't forget, guys, we do have a members only tonight. I have no clue what we're doing. Llama planned everything for tonight, so I'm sure it's going to be good. I think a miss helped with some of it. I know nothing. Okay. Jim, part of my job is to monitor background checks. Lying about education is immediate disqualification. Same. We tell everyone we hire we're doing a criminal check, education check, and a reference check. Lie to us, you're out of here. You are no longer being considered, because that goes along with one of our pillars being integrity. Okay. Linda says, Lady Great, in getting my bachelor's over 6 years, attending every session offered, which was 3 a year, I was so sick of school that I literally tested out to get my last 3 credits. But you did it. Okay. You did it. And that's what matters. And like I said, I'm not shaming Burgess for not having a degree, not shaming him for that. I'm shaming him for being dishonest. And I think he tried to word things and say things to present to himself as having one. Okay. I am going to tell you, as somebody in HR and who's been in the talent acquisition space for over 30 years, I don't even like candidates to put a degree on their resume or our application. This is in process. If you were not, say, if you were to apply in January and you're graduating in May, you can put in process and you can put expecting graduation date. It needs to be within that year. I need to know that you've done more than 80%, 75% of schooling, or you shouldn't put it on there. Like with Burgess, how do I know it's been in process for 16 years and you've only done 12 hours? Okay. That's just me. Don't get over misdating by a supposed expert because it shows he is sloppy. I had a DUI once back in California, and I'm glad I was caught and no one was harmed. I learned something of value. I say that all the time. I would say a lot of people have made that mistake and drink when they're not supposed to, especially back in the day. We didn't have Ubers. In Nacogdoches, there was no taxis. So I could see how it was done. In today's time, there is absolutely no reason for it to happen, in my opinion. Okay. In my opinion, I have one time drank too much and it kind of hit me. I had driven about a block and I went, ooh, I shouldn't be driving. I pulled over into a parking lot, took my keys out of the ignition, set them on the dash, crawled into the back seat, and sat there on my phone. I did that so that I couldn't still get a DWI. I wasn't intent on driving the car. Oh, Jim, I bet you and I could have some great conversation. I just moved over to the HR side about a year and a half ago. I've always been on the TA side, and I've done international. And let me tell you, the things we see, I've often said I could write a comedy show on the things you see in talent acquisition, hiring, staffing. It can be fun. So everybody in chat, how do you think it's going today so far? Do you think the prosecution is getting in any good licks? Are they getting any good points across? Or would you say the defense is kind of winning today so far? I know the prosecution just started their cross-examination, but so far for me, Hank isn't asking anything that makes me question stuff. I wish he would ask more relevant questions maybe and try to get to his point. Bad goat reference. Defense rules today. I am excited about having baby goats again because when they scream, it kind of sounds like they're saying mama, or at least Jasper did, and I'm kind of looking forward to that. Yeah, I think the defense is ruling the day. I think Hank is damaging his credibility again. I don't know. So Linda says, I've lost 2 jobs in my life, and both were because I refused to cook the books. You either have integrity or you don't. Lie under oath about your credentials. Exactly. I agree. I mean, I've left a job because they asked me to not hire the most qualified person because they didn't like the fact the color was of a different the person was of a different race. They were a different color. And I said, I can't do that. They are the most qualified. The other candidates don't even come close. And you have to have integrity. You have to have integrity. Now, I heard stories that Stephen King could not make up. I know. I stop and think of something. You and I need to, if you're over on the Discord, say hi to me. We might need to chat about some of this. I think this whole trial is showing how corrupt the CW and the judge and the police are. People must see through this. You know what's sad, Dave? When I go over to X, I have X open on another monitor. There are so many people that are buying what the Commonwealth is putting down. And that's what scares me about juries. We don't know what life experiences they're coming into this with. So we don't know. But according to X, and maybe they're bots, but there's a lot of people buying what the Commonwealth is putting down. And I do think it comes down to they just don't like Karen. They just don't like Karen. But that's just my 2 cents. Hank is getting paid to sabotage himself. I do think he has lost it all. He couldn't be more proud of his own demise. It sucks too. Yeah, that's what scares me about the world. Agree, that's a whole other conversation. Jim, you're on LinkedIn? Okay, I will go and find you on LinkedIn and send you a thing because I usually don't say my last name on air, but I think everybody knows it. But I will go find you. Yeah, I still think Hank is a little ruffled after what happened this week with the hoodie and stuff. And I think that's put him in a little bit different frame of mind. Funny X comments. Did you discuss the preparation of your sandwich with the kitchen staff via Signal? What condiments were on the ham sandwich? Did you have a bias against roast beef? I mean, I get that Hank, once again, because he's done it with all of the witnesses almost for the defense. Did you ride with them? What did you talk about in the car? You know, how many times did you text with them? Why did you delete your text? I mean, he has asked that a lot. So Court TV has a poll up and it shows most people think not guilty. I mean, I think a lot of people think that. I just don't know if the jury does. I just don't know. Yeah, Brennan's confidence took a hit and the x-rays aren't going to help. I agree. I think Hank is scrambling, and I can't say I would be doing any different if I was in his shoes. I would be I mean, anytime you make a mistake, it's hard to instantly bounce back from it. I think it takes you a little bit. And unfortunately, as a trial attorney, you don't have that ability to step away from it and think about it. You got to keep going. And I personally wouldn't be good at that. I would need to take a time. So, raindrop and feathers, you haven't met a single person living here in Massachusetts who thinks she's guilty. That is good to know. That is good to know. And I know I've said this, and I know Llama said it. I think we've all said it. At the end of the day, the sad thing is John O'Keefe, his loved ones are not going to get justice. And in doing that, they have victimized Karen even more. And they've put her life in jeopardy. And that is not okay. Okay, one more. What were the mechanics in eating the ham sandwich, and how much force was used when that ham sandwich entered your mouth? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Mo,
Hello,
good luck with the
everyone.
cookies. Oh, girl.
Hi.
Hank has been
Hi.
hanking,
Oh
and
boy.
things
Okay.
started getting spicy. They went to sidebar. Hank's making a lot of commentary. Bev got on to him to tell him to stop. Sidebar, we instantly went to lunch.
Oh
I
wow.
think Bev was kind of saying, y'all need to settle down. So Hank is asking Rentschler last trial about when he stopped and had lunch with the defense team while he was waiting for his car to go to the airport. So Hank asked him about all the cameras that were around because they were filming Karen's stuff, asked if he remembered what conversations he had. Did you laugh? Did you do this? What did you have to eat? Yeah. And he was like, I had a ham sandwich. Don't remember what I said. I do remember I stood in the corner until my car got there. I mean, it's been.
He is so obsessed with the fact that I think people want to hang out with the defense team and nobody wants to hang out with him.
I mean, Jackson.
Oh, wow.
And Alessi, I mean, they. Yeah.
That's spicy. Well, now I feel like I just shouldn't be on for the rest of the day because maybe it'll continue to be spicy.
No,
wow.
I mean, Hank's being Hank. And Bev is letting a lot more of it go than she should.
Of course she is.
I mean, she did say no more, she did tell Brennan to stop the commentary, but it's been.
I mean, look at how much she tried to strike from Rentschler this morning.
Oh,
okay.
He asked Rentschler if he thought something was funny because he laughed. And I can tell you we were all laughing.
We were all laughing. And you're like, yeah, your stupid questions are hilarious.
Some of the funny things that have been shared with us, you've got to read that. I mean, they are funny.
Did you discuss the preparation of your sandwich with the kitchen staff via signal? What condiments were on the ham sandwich? And do you have a bias against recipe? He focuses on the weirdest stuff.
He does.
It makes him seem like a petty Betty. No offense to any Bettys that may be listening, but
I think he's still rattled.
Well, he has nothing to attack them on. If you think about it. I mean, listen, we all know that experts get paid. There's not a problem with that. It's outrageous when they get paid $400,000 because I've never heard that before. Yeah. But that's not weird. It's not weird. He's trying to make it seem weird. Then he's trying to make it seem weird that lawyers talk to witnesses before they go on the stand. That's not weird. That's
Were you
also
here
normal.
for the x-rays?
Yes, today.
Okay.
Well, I did not see any of Brennan's cross today. I was gone before he started.
Brennan then tried to get Rentschler he kept saying, so you just regurgitated what you heard, because Rentschler kept saying, I looked at the x-rays and the medical doctor made the determination of what happened. I'm just telling you that's what I read and that's what I considered. And he kept going, so what you're saying is what you said to the jury, you just regurgitated. I mean, he just kept going on.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's going to be so painful. It's going to be so painful.
I'm going to tell you, you're going to probably want to get the wine ready. When I grab my lunch, I think I'm going to be grabbing wine.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did you stand in the corner after you ate lunch? Oh, gee. Is that a real question?
Yeah.
Is that a
And he
funny question?
didn't
I
like
don't know what
it
to think anymore.
when Rentschler said, I don't remember conversations I had last week. And then Hank was like, well, do you write down things you think are important? And he was like, depends on what it is. I mean, he was being, in my opinion, disrespectful once again to an expert witness.
I'm sure extra disrespectful too, because, yesterday was an older lady. So, he probably feels like his case is a freaking joke. He has to know that. And he has to know that Aperture made them look terrible. Because that's right.
He
somebody
went
didn't do their
through
homework.
every peer review paper that Rentschler did that he said was when he was in graduate school. Each title he read off. Did this have to do with pedestrian accidents? No, but it had to do with kinetics as to what happened. But he went through each single one.
There's no way that the jury can be happy about that at this point. Yes, they're tired, but
They're like,
those
what does that
kind of
have to
things would
do
piss me off so much.
with a person in a wheelchair doing all that? And he's like, it's the kinetics, it's the stuff in the back. Yeah. So Hank was like, so what you're saying is that you've never done one on pedestrian accidents. Yeah.
Which again, what are you so obsessed with papers and research papers? Like, why are you so
and
obsessed
Hank
with that?
kept saying details matter. All of a sudden, Hank keeps saying details matter. He goes, wouldn't you say details matter? Oh, yes. It's been a thing.
Yeah,
Hank's
details
all of a
do
sudden
matter. You
decided.
tell that to the Massachusetts State Police is what you should do, Hank.
Yeah.
Do the worst investigation I've ever seen who didn't give a shit about details. But okay, sir, sound off. Okay.
And then at one point, Hank goes, well, now that you've given me your opinion, could you answer my question?
Wow.
He came in hot and heavy. He did come out of the gate hot.
That was a real question. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not making that shit up. I was getting ready to go to the bathroom, but I was like, okay, I'm not going to the bathroom. I need to stay for this.
Did you get to go to the bathroom?
I didn't, and it passed, so I don't feel like I need to go now.
Oh,
so
okay. I was like, if you have to, please.
No, it'll just help push the stone out more.
Oh, Haas long to eat a sandwich.
I mean,
did he measure the bite force of biting into that ham sandwich?
Tried to say to Rentschler that he wanted to take an Uber. He's like said something like, did you tell somebody you wanted to take an Uber so that it wouldn't look inappropriate? And he was like, no, I never considered taking an Uber. And he was like, you didn't text that to somebody? And he was like, no. I mean,
did he have a text? Did he have a text?
No, he didn't. Because Rentschler clears his text every night like some people do. I clear mine weekly, sometimes daily, but
I don't clear anything. And that's why my Google account is maxed out. And I'm not getting emails till I clear it out again. Right, go listen to Dave.
I'm hoping if all of it builds up, it'll shoot Hank right out. Because this is Hank. And Hank is not as painful as Bev was. He's just irritatingly hanging around.
That checks out. That's on brand, I think.
I think I
this
did
trial,
a good job. Agreed, Angie. He said he only had 2 texts about logistics. Oh, and then Hank asked about Signal. Do you use Signal? And he was like, no. Why not? I don't have a need to. Do you know what Signal's for? I mean, it was like, Hank, he doesn't have it.
He is so obsessed with it. It's so weird.
Yeah,
Like,
he is.
you know how when you suspect somebody's cheating, but they accuse you of cheating and they are the ones that are cheating? That's the vibe that I get from this. Is like, oh, well, we were playing dirty, so I'm going to accuse you of playing dirty because we were playing dirty. So you have to be that way too, right? Because everyone's just like us. That's what I get from the Commonwealth. It's wild.
Pulled up an old comment because you missed it. Robert
Oh.
Alessi was a boxer, and his dad had a
Oh,
boxing
really?
background.
Oh, yeah. Alessi's age is astonishing. I know when we learned about that, we were just like, what? What?
Oh, that's right. He was also getting into the organization stuff. Yes. So
Organization of what?
trying to talk about who he used to work for and basically was trying to get him to say that the FBI gave him what witnesses said in the last trial or something. And he was like, they only gave me information about evidence, not who said it or what. But I was so hoping that door would get opened, but it
dropped
didn't.
the
And then they had a
F-bomb.
sidebar. Yeah.
Probably because he was trying to go into that.
Yeah, because his previous employer.
The FBI. I mean, they already know that the FBI was involved, thanks to Kelly Devers, because she was fantastic.
I agree, Linda.
That woman.
I think the defense needs to start objecting loudly, not so much that it irritates the jury, but enough to unhinge. I think Brennan's close to unhinging. I mean, hopefully he got a sandwich at lunch. Hopefully he got a ham
Time
sandwich.
for a crash out.
Yeah, I think he was getting a little hangry.
Hangry?
I'm sorry that you had to miss all that spice.
I know. I'm sure there will be more. I don't think he's going to come back any different. I mean, Dr. Welcher is the comparison. He's planning on bringing back Dr. Welcher. So I expect him to be a total a-hole to this guy. And I'm assuming that this guy is being a lot like, oh, what is your deal, bro?
He is. You can tell he's like going, are you really asking me this? You can just see he's like, it's going across his head. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Simone says, well, the defense is going to let Hank be Hank and let the jury figure it out. It really is a no-brainer. Yeah, I think there's definitely people in the jury that have to be a little repulsed with his demeanor. I mean, some people have to, for sure. I don't know if it's everybody, but I don't know why he keeps acting this way either. So I don't know. I don't know the reason for his aggressiveness, because it doesn't even come off as like genuine aggressiveness. You know, like, because I think Jackson and Alessi can be a little aggressive, but in a different way.
Right. Amy did tell us Court TV did a poll, and it was a very strong majority that she's not guilty on their poll.
Wow. That's a lot for a Court TV poll, because the people that watch on Court TV and Law and Order that are in the chat are usually horrible. Oh, and I don't. It's a different. Some of you have probably seen their chats, and you'll know. You know. I know you agree with me. It's a crazy place, and that's really, Lady Gray. Yeah, that's not normal, which is interesting, right? So if we want to go back to the jury, that is very interesting, because I mean, yes, these are polls that we all get to see, but they usually go the way that the polls go. Because I follow Court TV, and they'll put up little polls in my home screen and stuff. But for that many people to be the majority of not guilty watching a trial is like rare. So maybe there's hope. You know, we do say like it's hard to get 12 people to agree on anything, but there's 30 of us, here who are all kind of agreeing. So maybe.
Right. So
And if it's
I'm
a hung jury,
curious.
the defense can still file a motion to
I know.
dismiss with prejudice, which they
And
absolutely will do. And I'm going to be interested to see if that's granted. Lady in Gray says, Ian Ruckle, who I love on X, says, I'm way behind, but watching Dr. Richler struggle to obtain his disdain for the lack of science conducted by Welcher is my entire vibe. Oh, yeah. He is just like, is this a fifth school science fair project? Like, what is going on here?
yeah,
Oh, dude, nobody has to be hiring. Anytime I hear Aperture again come up in a trial, I don't even care who works there. I don't care. And we're like,
yeah.
can't trust you.
They need
Those
to
two
change
people
their
have-
company name, change their hiring practices, re-background check everybody's references, and they need to do a total overhaul.
Yeah, because this isn't even a biased opinion. The ARCA people, all right, the ARCA experts are acting like actual experts. They did expert stuff. That is what you are going to see in every other trial when experts, I mean, sometimes you get some questionable experts. Okay, you do, especially psychology ones, to be quite honest. But that's also because the field is, you know, it is what it is. But Aperture witnesses, you do not see that kind of BS. Like, I don't even know. I feel like they're conning people.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
very
Hank
interesting.
tried to get Rensler to say how much they're getting paid, and he was like, dude, I just turned in a timesheet. I don't know. He's like, well, how much are you getting paid? He goes, I'm getting my salary. I was like, here we go through this again.
The audacity of Hank to ask them should being paid when you spend $400,000. The audacity, because I think it came out with Dr. Wolf that they were being paid $50,000.
Right. That he was
I
aware
don't know
of.
if that includes their testimony that I'm imagining is billed later, but
It's not
still,
400,000.
It's not, and 50,000 is a lot for expert witnesses. Like, it really is. The Johnny Depp psychologist lady, she also testified in Diddy, and I forgot how she was getting. I don't remember exact. I want to say it was like $5 or $6.50 an hour or something, or it might have been lower than that. So I read the Rensler vibe as well. He thinks Welcher is a joke. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. So did Dr. Wolf too. But I feel like Rensler this morning, it was very apparent, very apparent that he was just like, am I being punked right now? Like, is this real? Because that's how I would be. I don't think they could sit at a table and have an actual conversation. That's why I think Welcher is going to be a nightmare when he comes back.
It is. It's like I said, I think everybody's going to need cocktails.
That's true. It is Wine Wednesday, so
it is.
We give everyone permission if they want to.
I'm going to run to the ladies' room, Dave. I'm going to do what you said, and I'll be back.
Okay. I feel like, do you guys think that Rensler is gonna Rensler? I get their names so confused. Do you think that oh, that's the wrong person. That's Terry. That's not me. There we go. Okay. I don't know what that was about. That was weird. Do you think he's still gonna be on the stand like through tomorrow, or do you guys think it's gonna wrap up today? I don't know. It doesn't seem like Brennan's getting very far in his questioning. So, but if he's spending all this time with these BS questions that don't really matter, maybe he doesn't have anything, because why else would you spend time asking these questions? It's so transparent. He didn't do as well in your cooking exam as well, sure. Oh gosh. Yeah, definitely trying to write checks I was asking cash, that's for sure. You know, and for him to just be this way with the experts, like, listen, lawyers have jobs. Okay, they do have, we don't agree with some of their ways of questioning. I know I get upset, but they also have a duty to who they're representing. And sometimes, you know, it's hard. for them to have to do their job. I don't envy them at all. Like for example, if there's a sexual abuse victim or something like that, they do have to put on a defense for their client. And sometimes that's very unappealing. But Hank takes this too far. This is not necessary at all. Lady in Gray, do you think Dr. Welcher will pay for all the BS the defense experts have suffered under Brennan? I hope so. I mean, Ark is probably like, damn, I didn't know we could charge that much. Didn't know. Angie says they're going to argue about somewhere they came back. Not sure if AJ finished at sidebar. Oh, okay. So they're cool. That's great. Court TV says they're supposed to be back at 1:45. So that's like a whole other 20 minutes. So that probably means like 2:15. That's when they'll come back. Terry will already be 3 sheets to the wind. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Something. I figured that out afterwards. And I was like, well, I'm just not gonna. Typos are fine. We all have them. Oh, Simone, the CW has buyer's remorse. Yes, I think they do. I think they do. I've never seen experts make a fool of the side that's paying them. They had not one, but two. They made fools of them. So I know that everyone's getting very tired in this trial, for sure. The lawyers especially. I don't think Karen's defense team even actually gets a day off. I don't see how they could with everything that's being filed and not looked at. And what are we going to do about all these motions that have been filed that doesn't even freaking read? Are they going to have a whole day of no jury but going over all this stuff? Because they have to have something. I feel like this isn't going to the jury till Monday because they still have to argue jury instructions. So, but Bev gives them 5 minutes to argue on stuff. So instead of normal time, because normally in trials, you can count on jury instructions like 60% of the time they're argued over. And it's usually like a half day argument, sometimes a whole day, depending on the case and the charges. But I can see her being like, you both have 5 minutes, and my answer is no. So, and jury instructions are super important. I don't like when they argue jury instructions. It's super boring. It is. I'll warn you now. It can be boring. But it's important, right? Because that's instructing the jury. The jury has to go by the jury instructions, which can make or break a case. So, Raindrops and Feathers says, by definition, Hank is badgering the witness. Bev should be putting a stop to it. Yeah, I mean, if he's being like that, yeah, for sure. And he does this thing where, like, he will not stop his question, even though he's being objected and she's telling him to stop. She won't even do it. It's so freaking annoying. Oh, look at this. We got a nursery rhyme. There once was a lawyer named Hank, whose courtroom skills drew quite a prank. With his briefs full of fluff and his tactics quite rough, he sunk every case like a tank. I love that, Haley. Oh, there's more. Hold on. In trials, he made quite a show, but justice would bend, not bestow. With a wink and a grin, he'd keep losing his ken while his clients just sat there in woe. There's more. So if you ever meet this old chap, beware of his legal mishap. For with Hank on your side, you may just want to hide and pray for a truly good rep. Bravo, Haley. Bravo. That was great. I love that. Good job. That's fantastic. I love that. You guys are so entertaining and awesome. Raindrop says, I hope the jury is smart enough to understand the instructions. Well, that, and if they even make sense. I saw the ones that were from the first trial, and they didn't really make a lot of sense. So I wonder if Hank is eating corn by himself. Probably.
Llama, you should
Probably.
check
Yeah.
private chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. That's great.
Hank, be gone.
Yes. That's amazing. I love that. Good for you.
Me too.
I'm glad to see
Now I can
you
drink.
listened to Dave. You listened to Dave twice. You brushed your teeth for Dave. And Dave told you to go to the bathroom. And look at that. Dave knows everything. Everybody listen to Dave, apparently.
Dave, from here on out, I'm going to reach out to you.
Yeah, party at Terry's, huh? Good times. I'm sure that they would be delighted to know that you named your kidney stones after them.
You know, I need to keep a list of all of the names I've given them.
Speaking of, so the lovely Amos has been, this has nothing to do with kidney stones, but naming things, yes. So the lovely Amos is putting together a trial look-alike, you know, pick the witness or whatever and who they look most like, could be a celebrity, a famous person or whatever. And you should send those in because she's putting together something for when the trial is wrapping up. So send those in if you think anybody looks like anybody, and she's going to work her awesome magic there. Okay, where are we over here? Here we go. Yeah. Yes. He knows all.
So
that's right. You can email them to amy@tcwtmedia.com. That would be great.
Do you think Hank reminds you at all of Gilbert Gottfried, or Gottfried, however you say his name?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Yes, but I feel horrible even saying that because I like him.
I know. I feel bad saying it, but something about the face and when he squinches, it makes me think that. I'm sorry,
Gilbert's
Gilbert.
probably rolling in his grave over that, but also he'd probably find it he would totally do impressions of him.
Oh, yes.
If he was still with us. I love Gilbert Gottfried. It's sad when he passed away. Right? He did pass away. I'm pretty sure. Yes, he did. Linda says, does anyone find it unbelievable that the conduct of this judge not even be challenged in an appeal court or concurrent with this trial? Right, because they did go to the Supreme Court, if I remember right. Like when this trial was starting, they were waiting on a decision for that. I don't remember what it was about. I think it was over jury stuff.
I think it was over jury stuff.
I feel like it was. The justice system in some places, it is broken. Now, is it broken more times than it is going right? I don't know. You know, we do watch a lot of trials where I do feel like justice is going and it's working. You know,
I'm not sure it does in Massachusetts. Not in this area.
I don't think with this, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And didn't they have another case that was also kind of like this too? There
they
in
have
Canton.
a few.
Yeah.
They have a few. So, yes, he was. I loved him. Yes, Linda, I did get your email. I apologize for not responding back to you yet. I've had a rough couple of the last days, and I promise I will get to you as soon as I can. I try to be quick about it, and I do apologize. I simply haven't been able to, but I am very excited to talk to you, and I do hope you come on. So I promise I will get to you. Captain says, in my opinion, we're going a bad direction justice-wise, but I won't get into that. I mean, yes, there are lots of problems everywhere. You know, does it make up if some are going right and the others aren't? No, that's not great. But what I think I like about because there's a big argument over trials being streamed. You know, and I'm talking about people in the legal field. They are it's very divisive.
It is.
For judges, lawyers, everybody is very divided. And we've been streaming trials since the 90s. Okay. I mean, this isn't some new concept that's just come out. I think social media has made it a little bit worse. But when you look at trials in the 90s, it was in every newspaper. It was on the news. Everybody had opinions. As a matter of fact, court has been that way since the early 1900s. You can look at trials that were a big freaking deal all over the place. But, I'm for them because I believe in transparency, and people need to see when justice isn't working, and they need to be able to fix it. And the only way we're going to do that is by seeing it with our own eyes, because not everyone's able to go to Canton. All right. Some courtrooms, the media isn't even allowed to write anything about it, which I think is bogus. So I think that I'm very much for trials being streamed. It educates the public, and then makes them look into their own local cases of what's happening in their town. So I'm all for it, but I know a lot of people, they don't think we deserve that or are entitled to that. For example, the federal government. I don't understand why federal government trials are not public. You can't get documents. They're in the dark. And that to me is even more heinous than the state doing that. I'm not okay with that. And I understand some people are like, well, yeah, but it involves like undercover people. So does it literally, I've watched trials where an undercover person comes on. They do not show their face. They do audio. It's a pathetic excuse is what I think, but that's just me. Anyway, Linda says, and I think the rule that allows federal courts to do their business in the dark needs to be ended as well. Yes, agreed. Agreed, very much so, because a lot of those justices are appointed, much like Bev.
Right.
So, well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the big hug. Thanks. Thank you. I believe it is in there. Yes. Thank you. Bundy was televised in 1979, 1980. It was. I forgot about that. I always think Bundy's later than when he was. But no, there's like a whole decade between him and Dahmer. I felt like they were closer together, and he represented himself. Oh man, does footage still exist of that whole trial? Because that's a trial I want to watch.
Are you talking about
Could
Dahmer?
you imagine? No, Ted Bundy.
Oh, the Ted Bundy.
He represented himself. He was pro se. So Haley says in court. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get my limerick voice ready. In court stood Hank, a lawyer, a liar. Oh, that Freudian slip there, huh? Oh, boy. In court stood Hank, a lawyer bold, defending a sandwich, a tale to be told. With lettuce and ham stacked high on a plate, he argued for justice, no matter the weight. A bite of the truth, he said, shouldn't wait. Are you just doing these off the top of your head? This is fantastic, Haley. You're great.
This is great.
I love it. I know, right? Right? You should crap those into them. It's very clever. Very clever. Oh, here's Dope with our fun fact of the day. I don't think I've gotten one of these today, so I missed it. But Dope's fun fact, he comes in with a daily fun fact, which I love. The Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution guarantees the right to a public trial in criminal prosecutions, even federal, but the sensitive nature makes it closed. Right. Like you can literally walk into any courtroom you want right now in your place. The only ones that they don't let people do that is usually juvenile and the family court. You're usually not, those aren't really open, mostly because they involve children. To which I do understand. I do understand that. I mean, because if they did something really bad, they'd be charging as adult, and that's a whole different area, But like right now, you can go to your courthouse and walk right into that room if you want to. But I'm big on the televised because how many people have the time to go sit in a court? Like we can barely get people to serve on a jury, let alone go sit in a courtroom. So I very much agree you can do that, but people just don't have the time. So I mean, there's a lot of people that don't even know this trial is going on. They have no idea. Just people living their normal lives. Not obsessed with this like we all are. I don't know how.
We're not
how,
obsessed
but they
with
are.
this. Don't say that about us. We're not obsessed.
I mean, some of y'all are a little obsessed. You're cooking curry. You guys love curry over in the UK. I didn't realize how much curry you guys enjoy. Well, it's not really a thing here in Ohio. We have some Indian restaurants and stuff, but it's not like, I think that's very cool.
That is cool.
Mm-hmm. Mickey's like, I'm obsessed. Me, that too. Me, I'm obsessed. I know some of y'all are really obsessed, and that's fine. You know, I'm glad that this gets people talking and coming to their own conclusions a lot, because that's not something you really see in a lot of cases. So it's very interesting. No way. Fun fact, the national dish of England is chicken tikka masala. Interesting.
Really?
Interesting. Good afternoon, Jujubee. Hope you're doing great. Love from Kentucky. Haley, do you take requests? Because Randy rhymes with many things.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, we are courtroom junkies as well. I mean, think of all the stuff. That's what's neat about trials too, is each trial you really are learning something new every time. You know, by like what experts get on. Like I've learned so much just from watching trials that like, why else would you ever learn that? So I will say I don't like ballistics. I get so bored when ballistics comes on.
Really?
It's so boring. Yeah. I'm not,
see,
I
that's
just don't find it that interesting. Plus, there's issues with ballistic science.
There
There's big
is.
issues with it. So maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I don't put that much weight on ballistic evidence because there's a lot of problems with it. Especially gunpowder residue. Iowa, the state of Iowa, can't even use
No.
It's a junk science, and more states are showing that. So, but some people that holds a lot of weight to them, and that's fine. But I think it's so boring.
Look at the pattern that the bullet has on it when it's gone through the barrel. I forget what that's called, that mark that it leaves on there.
Mm-hmm.
That is the part of ballistics that I buy into, because it's kind of like a fingerprint. No two guns leave the exact same marking.
That's true.
That I'm aware of. But that's the only part. Gunpowder is junk science.
Well, in the Richard Allen case, and this might be an unpopular opinion for other people, I think that he's innocent and he didn't do it. And I can't believe he was found guilty because they had even less evidence than Karen Reed. And they found him guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the bullet that they found, he didn't even, it was a bullet that like fell out of the gun. Like it wasn't shot out of the gun. Oh my gosh. The ballistics testimony in that one, I lost my mind.
Okay, I didn't watch that one. I may have to go check it out.
Well, you'll have to read it. It wasn't televised, the Delphi murder one, but I did all the write up for Night Court on that one. Talk about being railroaded. Mm-hmm. Even if he did do it, they did not have enough evidence in my mind. So, but I know that's an unpopular opinion for some people, and that's fine. Elbow feet. Wow, England's stealing all of India's food. Well, I mean,
I like that England has pork and beans with breakfast. I have to say, I kind of like that.
The beans is kind of weird, but okay. I get it.
It's good.
I don't know if I've ever had beans in the morning. I don't really eat breakfast, so. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed you here, Juju. They're supposed to be back now, but we don't even have a ceiling fan. So
yeah,
probably another 15 minutes would be my guess. Because, veggie curry. Okay, yeah, because Indian food, I believe, is very vegetarian friendly. Yeah, I think so. Lady in Gray, GSR is too easily transferred and too easily eliminated for me to give it a credence in a criminal trial. Absolutely. It's junk. It's junk and garbage. So Haley says, I learned so much watching trials for my work. I like watching both the defense and prosecution. Pity it's not televised in the UK. Yeah. I thought they were going to start televising things over there. Maybe not. Maybe that's not even the country I'm thinking of. Of course, babe. Of course.
Simone, you better watch it. Kelly's gonna get you.
they're the greatest lawyers I've watched in a trial. That's for sure. And I've seen many good lawyers on both sides, prosecution and defense,
They are good.
But and that's because they know everything about this case and they really do believe in their case. Like they really do, because you can tell. You can tell a whole lot. They're fantastic. And I imagine law schools are gonna be like,
oh,
we got a ceiling fan. Oh, I should unmute it though. So that way I'll know when I hear voices. Don't get excited. Sometimes it's up there for like 25 minutes. We just know the camera guy is back from lunch and he's probably early. So yeah, they're passionate without being, scary or weird about it. Oh, you have been to India. That's lovely. That's lovely. So yeah, the next trial we're going to watch is the Lori Valadabel one that's going on where she's representing herself. And I've heard that there's some spiciness going on because of course it is. So good news about that is they started last Thursday, so it'll probably be wrapped up actually by the time we started. But then we get to zoom through all of the sidebars and lunch and all of that, which reminds me, I need to ask the staff for a favor later. I need to remember that. So I'm very excited to watch that one together. You can see what a real judge is like, because the judge in that is a very good judge. And he's kind of cute, an older guy. He has great hair.
He does have good hair.
The prosecutor, Trina, she did the last one for the conspiracy murder for Charles Vallow. And she looks like Angela from The Office. And she totally has it out for Lori. She hates her so much. I love it. But I've
never seen The Office.
You've never seen The Office? I don't know if you would like it. I don't know.
I've never seen
it. And tomorrow night, Terry and I will be talking about the Austin Harrop case, where some people know him as the frat boy cannibal.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, be able to, check us out. We're basically recording it for our podcast. So, cause it's on all podcast apps, right? Like the next day or something. And so you get to join us while we live do it, I guess.
We do. We now release the live episode. We don't edit it because we had people complaining that they didn't get all the little things. So we release it.
So that's right, on all the podcast places. I should probably know more about podcasting. I don't. But that's okay. That's Terry. Terry can be in charge of podcasting. I can be in charge of YouTube. Together,
that's right.
Our powers combined.
That's right.
Oh, Angie says they think it'll be done today, tomorrow, per Nate Eaton's coverage. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I doubt she called anybody for her defense again. Well, that's good. So then we can kind of make our own schedule next week. Oh, from the Beach Boys?
Oh, I'm having to
He was already dead. For some reason, I thought he died a long, long time ago, but maybe I'm thinking of a different Beach Boy.
Oh.
So it looks like Amos is planning on streaming The Last of Us season 1 and 2 on Discord soon. So if you haven't yet, join our Discord, The Courtyard, where you can find true crime stuff, have conversations with us and everyone else that's in the chat. Many people have joined over the last couple days, and if you don't know how it works, that's okay. Just ask, and we will get you all sorted out. I managed to get Inquisitive Room in there, and we did it. We did it. So come hang out with all of us. Let's see. Oh, you watched the Daybell, like this new trial?
No, the rent storage. Drive to it, drop off.
And went in the backseat of her Jeep. Google searches the shooting and the second trip. For it. Yes, that is for this trial, because this trial is the attempted murder on Brandon Boudreaux, her like nephew. And I haven't been following the trial, but like from what I know, having read everything there is about Lori, is that it's believed that her brother Alex, tried to kill him, like an assassination attempt, in the backseat of his car or something crazy. These people are so crazy.
I just love that you said Boudreaux properly.
I practice.
You did that perfect.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can join the meme challenge over on Discord. I haven't checked in to see how crazy you guys are getting, but I imagine it's crazy, and I love crazy. Simone, every time I hear the name Daybell, I'm thinking Dingbell. Oh wow, those guys. Did you? Because Chad Daybell used to write these books, and we read them one time. Oh my gosh, they're so bad. It's like a sixth grader wrote them, and they're Mormonism centered, but like they're so weird. It's so weird. We watched one where he's like time traveling and goes back to meet Brigham Young, and they go on a thing, and it's a love story. It's just so weird. There's a mouse that caused time travel or something crazy. I don't know.
Weird.
He's written like 20 of these things or whatever.
That's weird.
It's like, who published this?
He probably self-published.
Oh, maybe.
Self-published. So do we think Welcher's going to make it to the stand at all today?
Welcher? Oh, I think he's going to be the very end. I think the DNA people are going to come in first, and then they'll end with Welcher. Or if they're smart, well, they're not. I don't even know if starting with Welcher is going to be a good idea, because I don't know if you want to leave the jury with Welcher. I can't even believe they're calling that guy back. But they got to get their money's worth, I guess.
I wonder how long Hank's going to keep Rentschler on.
No, let's see. They're coming back at 2. I mean, he said Monday when they were talking about it. Did he lessen his time yesterday? Because Monday
he
he
said
was like
an
I
hour
need 2 hours.
10, an hour 15, I think is what he said yesterday.
I think there's a good chance they could wrap Rentschler up today if Brennan is willing to concede on a lot, but I don't know.
Because they said yesterday that they would decide today at lunchtime when they asked if they should have Welcher there today. Bev said, well, let's wait and discuss it at lunchtime to see how we are with scheduling for him to show up today.
Yeah, because they did say he was coming into town yesterday. I think
so I'm wondering if they're going to go with him first because he's in town. I don't know. I don't know.
I just don't understand the DNA people that they're bringing in. Like we've already, I don't really see the point. They've already covered it, so I don't know. I don't know.
And once again,
exactly. Who knows? Who knows how he's going to go off? And we have to factor in if he's going to be in the same sort of, attitude mentality. Then we're going to get lots of objections and lots of sidebars. So, unless the defense is like, you know what, we'll just let this happen. This guy on the stand can handle it. We're good. But I don't know. I
do think it'd be
I think it's
funny
interesting that it's Jackson. Oh, never mind. I know why Jackson's, because Alessi is busy preparing for Welcher, because it'll be Alessi doing the rebuttal cross with Welcher. So, and do you want to end your case with Alessi and Welcher? because the jury seems to really pay attention with it when it's a lessee.
I can't figure out what the Commonwealth is thinking, to be honest. I wouldn't, but
No, I wouldn't either. I still feel like they should have caught Proctor.
I'm so disappointed they didn't.
I mean, with them doing the Bowden defense, I understand they got some stuff in, but like, there is no way. Even Brennan can't make that guy work and be likable. Like it. I get their reasoning for it. I get it. Oh, I am unmuted. Thank you, Court. Looks like we're back, you guys. There we go.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, while the jury is on their way in, I need to see counsel at sidebar.
You know what? Fine. She's the worst. Let's just sit on the sidebar. That's great. Should have known. Should have known. I think she is going to probably ask them about scheduling, but we'll see.
What have they been doing the last 15 minutes?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Hank should just stop talking and leave it in the jury's hands. I agree. Because what he's doing constantly with every single witness is throwing his own witness testimony under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually giving more reasonable doubt, like every single time. And the way he questions people is a turnoff. Like sometimes if you just ignore it, then you might be better off. But no, he's not doing that. No. Regarding DNA, and I think Brennan thinks that all the jury needs is DNA, which in this case means nothing. Yeah, because the only DNA that was found was John's and then a bunch of unidentified males.
Right.
Which again, why are you drawing? It literally tells us nothing. Because of course it would be on his DNA, it would be on his clothes. And of course it would probably be on the taillight because he probably, I don't know, did stuff with her car and shit, like wash it or whatever. It's not that weird. Very true, Joe. Very true. I wonder how many times he's been a prosecutor.
All right.
Since he's normally a defense
Mr.
attorney.
Brennan. Jurors, hopefully it'll be comfortable enough in here this afternoon. The court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the courtroom. So.
Cool.
Dr. Welcher, you wrote a report back in February 2024.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And in that report, you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did. Yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself. No, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes.
No
sir.
muscle,
That's correct.
no ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same. No, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to, there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
I'm going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were, let's see.
Right, so
26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this.
The reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve, as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cuttability and its Relation to Lacerations Severity Indices. You know that, you cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cuttability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct. And that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure. I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Do you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury. True?
Not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test.
No, but I think we should write some and
You don't
send it
have
to
any
them.
information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit. Do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Because I don't like your
Is there
answer.
anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that. And again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that.
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned.
I think we understand your perspective is that the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welcher ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished or represented.
You've made assumptions.
Stop.
And then have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer.
Oh my God. Hank.
That's not the problem, Hank.
Anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything in the report, Dr. Welcher, anything that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
I'm going to allow that.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
Do
You're
you
correct.
know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this differently. You would agree, Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all,
Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position, and you don't know the angle of the body at the time of collision, you cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the basis. Yeah.
So
If you don't have the
You can't-
information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
So if you were to do a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
So
Jeez.
if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm gonna, very briefly.
You know
What
what I
is he-
love, and you guys go ahead.
I say,
Go
what
ahead.
what are we supposed to assume Welcher meant by doing this test and turning it in? He's acting like we're not supposed to assume. He entered it into evidence. He testified about it.
Mm-hmm. And this is what he keeps doing with his own witnesses. I like how Rentschler is looking at the jury when he explains everything, just like, yeah, I feel like, that's what's going on there. I like that. I'm sure the jury appreciates it. It's probably why they're being attentive, because he's like, listen, I'm just going to look you in the eyes and tell you. And I don't even think Dr. Welcher did that very much, if at all. And that goes a long way, I think. So let's see. If the report that you based your report on is incorrect, then your report would be wrong, correct? Yes. And he asked that of what was the first guy's name? DeSogra. He started throwing Burgess under the bus, telling DeSogra, like, hey, so if the numbers are wrong, your stuff would be wrong. And he'd be like, yeah, because the numbers were also wrong that Burgess did, because he didn't add like the 3 seconds and all that math that we did with DeSogra. Then he did it again with Dr. Wolf, being like, well, if all this data was wrong, then your thing's wrong. It's like, yeah. But mine would only be wrong if your data was wrong. So are you saying your data is wrong or that my data is correct? What are you saying? What are you saying? So I don't know what that noise is outside. So it's probably really loud.
I just need Hank to sit down and shut up.
Trying to figure out what that could possibly be. Sounds like a jackhammer, but it's clearly a vehicle that's beeping.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry. I don't know. It's weird. Oh no, I totally disassociate when he comes on. Yes, we noticed that earlier. Isn't that interesting? Cute ball. He is. He quit trying to make
In reading the reports and evaluating the PowerPoint, would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his pain test was supposed to be a reenactment, identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of a collision.
He did not state that. That's correct.
So when you've made your criticisms that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher, you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to reenact the actual collision.
When I did that, there's one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. My detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
When you do crash tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where the variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
Costs many, Buffy.
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying in part on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or
Yes,
sideways
we
or
are.
backwards.
Yes.
It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, if a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
You've seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move. Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, excuse me, have you seen crash tests with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before
I
the
have,
impact?
yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
If you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, please?
Sure. This guy is so over him.
Oh, he is so over
In your
him.
PowerPoint, you cited an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes,
And you put snippets up on the board?
yes.
And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
No, I don't think so, no. Those are the most relevant parts.
And clearer.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet. And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front end collisions because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority, it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct. And that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done, E and F, F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was he, the
24 miles per hour?
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
So ask the question again.
Okay. You have no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury, you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you cited the literature,
I did hear that.
You cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand.
Yes.
Could we see slide 8, please? Let's try slide 56. You would agree with me, doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming a center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand.
So
But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they use the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis, you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider tech stream data? I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple healthcare data?
No, sir.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again, did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Are those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos, E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight breaks, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question about debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's
Excuse me, sir.
Hank, you're an ass.
You see that? He just was like, fuck you. Basically, what that look was.
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight is shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. That has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of an
Exhibit
individual.
73, please.
I like how he's like, it depends how it was collected, which we all know was garbage.
Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence, did you look at this photo of this alleged taillight shard on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road? Were you aware of this?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies, that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none. So no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 990. Do you know what that is, sir?
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you
Somebody
think
could have put it there.
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that where we're getting at, sir?
Yeah, let's have that conversation, Hank. Let's do it.
By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that. It refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please.
Sure.
Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you
The defense.
determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A, please.
Oh boy.
Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had taillight shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't. Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight,
Yes.
that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection.
We
We don't know that they are for taillight. We don't know that.
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar.
Mm.
Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and t-shirt was scraped?
I'm going to allow that.
But that's not how they were collected.
Jurors, this will be brief.
That is not how those pieces were collected at all. They're in the bottom of the bag. He is misleading the jury.
I6A.
That is not how they were collected.
I hear a puppy.
This guy. It's one of my neighbors. I saw my dogs. I don't know whose dog that is. It's not mine. Mine are napping. So, yeah, they're super small. You hear Chloe. Maybe it's Chloe's ghost. Buffy's awake now. Yeah, this isn't going well for him. And I don't understand why he keeps doing this. And like suggesting, putting that out there. Do you think the evidence could be planted? Why would you even acknowledge that or say that, considering that the entire defense's defense is Bowden, that there's a bad investigation, and it's also been hinted that it's kind of a cover-up. And Brennan's just like, yeah, I'm like, let's talk about it. Let's go. You know? Gosh, he just digs himself a hole like every single time.
I think he's only
I
helping
agree.
the defense's case. So
Hard agree. Hard agree. It could be hard candies from Jen that Kate's covered, right? Or that she keeps in the back with her for peanut butter and bread. Oh, to Chloe's ghost. Oh, I got one because I'm feeling better now. Coffee wasn't doing anything.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case, did you know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his t-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Tonight's members only is going to be sponsored by Red Bull.
I'll try again.
Okay.
He's asking,
When you looked at these taillight shards that were projection,
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
when you looked at these taillight shards that were consistent with the break in Miss Reed's Lexus,
he just did it again.
did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes? Objection. Same objection.
You can't use taillight
Understand
shards.
the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess, apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle.
Good answer. Good
It's
answer.
putting the cart before the horse.
Good answer.
Very nice.
Well,
Could I have Exhibit 201D, please?
maybe.
Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well, if
that?
that's what you're
I don't,
telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic, is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe?
How could you infer that?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you see with your eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look.
Superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
Oops, sorry.
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm, that would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please?
Hello, Junk Ship Silver Jake. Welcome.
Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There is not, no.
A drinking glass, no?
No.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the breaks in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you move the arm angle, do you expect that the break would look different?
That the break would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the breaks looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well,
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or
Is
different?
it all going in the same direction, or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the tail light, at what you say is 24 miles per hour, can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
they are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34th Avenue? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking
Yeah.
if he did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay. Oops.
The dummy can fly into space. I'm obsessed with this guy, by the way. I think he's great.
Oh, I love the way he answers.
Mm-hmm. Yes. If impact was on right arm, then the skull would be fractured on the left side. I mean, he stated numerous times already that he does not believe he got hit by a car. Ooh, and that their test arbiters was irrelevant.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Maybe some unrequited love. Perhaps. Oh boy. Right? Remember Trooper Paul from the first trial. So that he had to do pirouettes, but anyway, I think it's just fascinating the way that he's handling this. And it does sound like there are some jurors who I think are not going to budge. scientifically, like from the people's observations of the jurors. Now, granted, you can't possibly know what they are thinking, but some of their actions of what they're paying attention to and writing down says a lot. Says a lot. So, hello, Amy Dorita. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. Dave says, ever since it was brought up, I'm craving a toasted ham with lettuce, tomato, mayo. I have turkey. I don't have ham. But I don't know if they're going to be done with Rentschler today.
I don't know.
I mean, they could be. Honestly, I don't even think Jackson needs to go over a whole lot more with him when he gets back for redirect. Like, I'd ask like 3 questions, if that, and just this guy's already held his own against Brennan, and Brennan has nothing of substance to ask him because he hasn't asked him anything of substance. So there's a good chance that maybe he will be off to stand today, but it just depends. I think Brennan needs to sit down, sir. Sit down, because you are you dug a hole all the way to China. Okay, you need to sit down. This is not good. Objection to yourself. You are ruining your case. Your already weak case. And it just says, my first words in the deliberation room to everyone, WTF was that? I just sat through. I know, right? I feel like, oh my God, you guys. Simone says, by the end of this trial, we must examine what we have learned and what is less than 0. I mean, we learned lots of things, I think. Whether or not we needed to learn them or not, we have.
I want to know what the heck is going through Hank's mind.
I think he's just treading water, trying to stay afloat. I mean, here's the thing: is they've had every single medical witness has pretty much said he wasn't hit by a car, or that it was unlikely. You have Dr. Wolf with both of them, actually. Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon, even said, yeah, he could have got that by, slipping on the ground, being drunk. He wasn't that good of a help. And then you had other Dr. Wolf with Noe. He was like, yeah, I don't think this could happen. And Dr. Rentschler here being like, absolutely not. Did this happen? Nobody knows if a collision even actually happened. It's fascinating. She would if it was Jackson, wouldn't she?
Can I have Exhibit 166, please?
Exactly. Let's bring that back. Circle back around, Lady in Gray. Yes.
Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that. So hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
Let's get it.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
Exactly.
So hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can reword it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's
Nice.
nose what material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Can we have Exhibit 52A, please?
And the only person we had that from was Karen, who said there was no piece of glass.
Do you know what
they
that is,
found.
Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here.
And she's an unreliable narrator.
I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please? You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please. B.
I know, right? Score one. Oh, hey, Broken Vega.
C.
Hi. Oh, it's wild. Hope you're doing well.
D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
No.
98, please.
I think like a good portion of it, but the glass on the bumper was not from that glass.
Right.
A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back.
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Agreed.
The suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street. Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
Well, was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks or month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in your report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay.
Yes, Cindy.
May I approach?
Yes.
April 20th, 2025.
I can't remember. Did they get DNA from the straw? I can't remember.
It's not registering in my brain.
Hmm. Oh, Broken Baker says no.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't think so.
You've testified a few times under oath
Okay.
in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you've testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
On April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes, or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony in situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question. And if this is your answer, you should read the answer. You asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Yes.
I'm over Hank today.
I have no further questions.
Thank freaking God.
Okay.
I swear, he just makes it worse with every question. This guy, like, sir, your case is ruined. Okay, it's been ruined for weeks now. Okay, but you are actively making it worse.
He has. And
I don't understand that guy. But you know what? That's okay. All it does is create more and more and more reasonable doubt. It makes you distrust the state's witnesses even more. And it feels like, oh, okay. So we are just being gaslit this whole time then. Like, that's what's happening. You know, like, why are we talking about this drinking straw that there was no DNA from? Who cares? You can't even then prove that that's the right straw. You know, and I think with the piece of glass, the only person that said that was Karen.
right.
I don't think they found that piece of glass. And I'm sorry, she's an unreliable narrator to me because of how drunk she was
Right.
and how hysterical she was in the moment, which I do not fault her for. I would be that way as well. But you kind of have a little too much going on for me to think you're super reliable, you know?
Right.
Like, I'm not saying that she was lying, but then they don't have the piece of glass to even prove that's what happened. Do they? I don't believe they removed
I
anything
don't
from his
believe they
face.
do.
But maybe it's been 8 weeks. My brain just hurts, so maybe I'm wrong.
I'm going to hear Hank in my
know.
nightmares.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Rentschler,
Yes.
you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information. And again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you for that.
To get through this, I'm going to let you just
Thank you.
answer the question.
Sorry,
And-
Ron.
Rentschler.
And with regard to, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay. Wasn't them.
No,
It's a client, correct?
it was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Welcher, where is my, as I stand here, where is my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there.
Yes.
So what would happen if I was hit by a vehicle, front collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass?
It's going to flip you. Your center of mass will go, you'd go right up. If it was coming right at you and it hit you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different, the back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field in the test F as in Foxtrot. Well, actually, you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Where Brennan didn't object.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct, yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Welcher, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred. If the injuries don't match up, if you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to watch the formal question.
Of course. In your expert opinion,
It's fair.
based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that, Your Honor.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you.
Boom. Guess they're going to be done with this guy after all, maybe.
Doctor, you just said
I guess
that
'cause
you
the
do
words
not
he was using
believe that there was a
specifically.
fender vault collision.
But I don't
Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m. Is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
Okay. Judge, can I come sidebar?
Okay.
What are you going to do? Show the glass from the bar? Because that still doesn't mean that he was holding it when he got out of the car.
Exactly.
And you didn't test the bar from the glass or a glass in the Albert's house. You didn't do any of that, so it's relevant. It doesn't matter. And you can thank your investigation team for that. So. Crazy.
Not often I'm speechless.
Oh, were there fingerprints on the glass? I want to say John's was, but we know that he was holding it because it was Karen's glass that they took with them when they left the bar because they're responsible adults like that. And we saw him holding it when he's coming out of the bar, I'm pretty sure. But that doesn't mean, because Karen did say that like they took it with him, that she does that or something.
Right.
Because again, they're all responsible adults. But that doesn't mean that that was the glass that was found with him because they didn't bother. They didn't bother testing or comparing, I should say. So that doesn't really mean anything. And that's what this guy is saying. Like, it was there and You know, you need a little bit more proof than that. Yeah. Right? Oh, let's not even get started on the ring camera footage. Let's not even get started on that. Karen did say that she took her drink with him. Okay, but here's my stance with Karen is we know she was drunk that night, even though she's like, I only had like 3 or 4 drinks. It was like 8. All right. She was just doing different drink math. Okay. And I'm sorry. I just don't find her a reliable I don't find Jen McCabe a reliable narrator. You know, I don't find the others that were at the bar that night. I wouldn't find them reliable either. So just because she said it, okay. And, you know, Jen McCabe said a lot of things too. So I don't know. Maybe it was just Karen's. I don't remember. I mean, yes, you can take it. You shouldn't. It's illegal here. Maybe it's not illegal there. In some states, you can have an open beverage in the car if you're not the driver. So maybe, and maybe I misspoke, maybe that is okay in Massachusetts. I know it is for Tennessee and I think Kentucky.
I'll take
but
it
not
with
here.
me. If it's like a cute glass and I have just a sip left, I'll walk out with it, finish it to keep the glass, or pour it out on the ground to keep the cute glass. Because you can't have an open container in the car here either.
Oh, okay. The glass is really irrelevant. Plus, then things get, why he wants to draw attention to this glass, I don't know. Because then we need to talk about the glass that was on the bumper. That didn't match anything at all.
Right.
That they tried to say was from that glass, and it was proved that it was not by their own witness. So I don't know. And same with the straw. It doesn't matter. Jurors alert when Rentschler asks Brennan if it is evidence, is there a photo or video of John getting out of the car with it? Otherwise, it's just a glass. Now, I'm assuming that, yes, John probably did take the glass with him. Like, that does make a lot of sense to me. Why? Because we don't see Karen when I guess maybe it could have been in the car and maybe she realized it and like threw it out. That's just as possible. But like Carrie didn't get in her car and see the glass, you know? So we know other people were in her car for a period of time before they found John.
You were asked about whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
And so when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. And then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side. And then the skull fracture, it's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the 0.5 centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a 0.5 centimeter abrasions, about an 1/8 of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. To certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
You can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary. Is one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it?
Objection.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that tail light break, sir? How did it break that night?
How did, oh, I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
I have no further questions.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Welcher.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's going to be it for today, I bet.
I'm kind of glad.
Is there an objection?
Gosh.
So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for a couple minutes over here.
Bev looks frustrated.
I mean, no, really, Dave, it's just the same old song and dance. The same old song and dance. Hanks thinks common sense outranks physics. So that's something. That's a bold statement. If you use common sense, physics don't matter. But remember earlier today where he's like, well, all details matter.
Yeah, just.
But no. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. What's happening? I don't know.
I have to
They're
say,
discussing something.
if you ever go to watch another trial and Hank's an attorney in it, I think I'm going to bow out. I have no desire to see this man ever again after this trial.
Oh boy. Who knows? Who knows? That sounded, oh, wait, what?
You
That
did.
sounded a little country llama.
Yeah, it did when
I'm
you
hanging out
said
with-
you did.
Look at you guys convincing me. A little southern.
I
It rubs
would
off.
love a Hank pinata. If we could get one for July, I think that
Oh my
would be a
goodness.
blast.
What would we fill the pinata with, though?
Miniature alcohol bottles. What else?
Okay.
That's what you do at an adult
Okay.
pinata.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how he's gonna do these rebuttal witnesses. It's gonna hurt my brain so much. And I really appreciated the defense witnesses. And I don't know, maybe it comes off bias because I am leaning that side, but I did find them all to be very credible to me. You know, and some of the prosecution witnesses were very credible as well, except for what they had to say didn't help the prosecution at all.
Yeah.
So that's weird that they brought them, but yeah. Let's see.
I mean, I think you even said it. A couple of the prosecution's witnesses in the beginning started out pretty dang credible.
Yes.
And
Right.
then
The
lo
first
and
one was
behold,
that EMT guy. Oh, what was his name? Oh gosh, that guy's face. Because at first
Yeah.
you're like, okay, this sounds good. It's an EMT person. Why wouldn't they be credible? They usually
Yeah.
are when you watch trials. They're just there. It doesn't really mean anything. And then our first cross, and I think it was by Jackson, tore that guy up. And I was like,
Yeah.
what? This EMT person was being shady? Like,
Yeah.
that was from the beginning. Like, what? But then the prosecution had other witnesses, like the meteorologist, who did not help their case at all.
No.
I mean, there was literally no snow on the ground, pretty much. There wasn't even an inch by like 2 a.m. So it did not help them. Linda says all of Hank's cross-examination of these experts show that he definitely doesn't want science. He just wants you to believe his gaslighting. Yes, Linda. Yes. Yes.
Can
He
you
keeps being like,
imagine?
oh, what do your eyes see? And you're like, I know what my eyes are seeing. And they're seeing the opposite of what you're saying.
Just think if you were married to him. How often would he try to gaslight you?
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. You guys, if you want to see me and Terry in person, you can in Marion, Ohio on July 19th, where we're going to be together in Ohio doing a show about the unsolved murder of Joey LaBute and the missing persons case of Andy Chapman. Tickets are on sale and they start off very cheap. There's different, levels. Either way, if you want to do that, if not, and you're a member of the channel, we're still going to stream it to you live if you're a member. So become a member. That would be awesome as well. I think it was Chloe saying, I bit him, I bit him, I bit him. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
sweet Chloe.
Waiting for a NOLA show. I mean, you got to stop
Make it
telling me
happen,
things that
Buffy.
I don't want it to talk about. Every day, every time. It's like, oh, let me tell things that'll scare Llama to never come down here.
We won't go anywhere where the gators are.
They're everywhere.
Not if you stay down on like in the French Quarter. I don't think they have gators walking around the French Quarter. Or if they do, things have changed since I was there last.
You have to like look under your car and shit. What?
But that's not
Thank
down
you.
in the French Quarter.
Ugh,
Really?
it's enough.
Buffy, Polly, do y'all now have gators just walking around Jackson Square, the French Quarter?
I'll stick with my one juvenile black bear. Please and thank you.
Jurors, we're going to release you for the day. We will see you tomorrow morning. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
So it sounds like it's going to be a full day tomorrow. I don't know if they're fighting over. Well, this was supposed to be the defense's last witness. I'm assuming they're about to argue some motions and things like that before the defense is going to rest their case, because they have not rested in front of the jury, or at least I didn't hear them rest. So my guess is there's some stuff they want to sort out on the record before they officially say that they rest. So we'll see, because I think they're going to talk about it in front of us. Maybe. Let's see. Is Bev sitting down?
Maybe seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
All rise for the court, please.
Which power? I bet Welcher's new PowerPoint, maybe. Cool. So we just gotta wait, and then she'll come back, and she'll probably. Oh, there we go. She'll probably be like, "Okay, can I see counsel at sidebar?" And then just piss off for the day. So that's great. That's great. Oh my goodness. Jackson wants to bring in the PowerPoint of whose PowerPoint? Was somebody like not allowed? I'm not sure. Did Jackson ask for a dismissal? No, I don't think so. Not in the last few minutes, I mean.
No, it's like they were trying to decide if she was going to let some type of evidence in or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
All I know is she looks
Rentschler's
rough
PowerPoint. Okay.
today. She looks rough.
Mm.
Not judging on her appearance. I'm talking about just she looks over it.
I think Rentschler is done. So I think he's out. So the next thing they need to do is the defense needs to rest, which they only do in front of the jury. They'll rest tomorrow morning, unless they decide to call someone else, and maybe I don't think they need to be honest. And then prosecution will come back with their rebuttal witnesses, and I still think that I don't think this is going to the jury on Friday because Welcher is coming back.
Right.
And we know it's Alessi that's going to be questioning it. And Alessi does not make things short because he likes to build things up and get his moments where he gears up every time. So, and I bet like even if they got done at, let's say, 2:30 Friday afternoon, I think Bev would send them home and tell them to report back in the morning is what I think, but maybe not. Maybe not. I've seen that done before. And it's like, why can't they just deliberate for an hour?
Right. Is Elbow Feet at work or at home?
He's at work.
Okay. He's already into after dark conversations in the chat.
Oh, okay. It seems as if we have to convince Hank of the facts, which he's in denial of. It's absurd, really. It is. I mean, he's using that like flat earth kind of talk here. And it's wild. It is wild. Lady in Gray says, Sue O and Christina Rex both said the defense rested, but I didn't hear it either. They may be saying that because they are finished with Rentschler. Yeah, I did not hear that announcement. So I don't think they've officially rested, right? We all know that they said that was going to be there, but I think it'll be will be tonight. Oh yeah, I think it'll definitely be by the jury. We're not going to have a verdict by Friday. I would be shocked because I bet the jurors aren't allowed to stay late past 4, considering Bev doesn't let anyone work until 4.
I say, didn't one of the jurors have to be out of there by 4 or something?
No, I think that's just her.
Oh, I thought one of the jurors had to pick up a kid or something.
No, the courthouse is open from like 8:30 to 4:30 or something like that. So it's just a matter she doesn't like to stay around. So
Elbow Feet, you're in timeout.
All of the sidebars, right? Right. Am I doing couch court after dark tonight? No, I'm not going to be doing that tonight. Because I gotta, put together some stuff for members only. And to be honest, I don't want to. I'm very low energy today, and I'm just going to say that. So I didn't do yesterday's, and I'm not doing today's, but they will be made up, and we'll probably just have like a larger episode than normal because I'm not really going to have time to like record it and get everything done by the time we do our members only at 7 p.m. tonight. So they will be coming. It's just not tonight. So let's see her disposition when she gets back. Okay. Okay. I mean, we've seen trials where they just let the jury keep going all night. What trial was it? It was like 11 o'clock at night. Was it Sarah Bell? I don't know. I was like, wow, that's late. Oh, you're almost home, pumping gas in your work at the moment. Okay. Simone says the Commonwealth is morally bankrupt, and make no mistake here, they are beginning to see the consequences of their said actions. I mean, again, the fact that they spent $4,000 on Aperture, and this guy, Dr. Rentschler, who was just on there, was like, none of that mattered. Nobody can say that he was hit by a car. Literally no, like it's impossible to say where he was, how he was standing, that he got hit by a car. Actually, I don't even think he's saying that's impossible. That's like basically he's considering that a fact that he did not get hit by a car. Again, $4,000. $400,000. I can't get over it. I
Wonder
can't get
what's
over
the
it.
most ever spent on an expert witness.
Oh, that's a
or
good
group.
one. Good question. Good question. Hmm. I mean, 400,000 is outrageous. And it is wasted money. It's incredibly wasted money. And they didn't even do the appropriate scientific method, just like Ian Whippen didn't. Like, that's the thing, because they have all these science and data experts, and they didn't even follow like basic 6th grade science experiment. Like,
Yeah.
not even that we all learned together as a class when we were younger. I think so. I can guarantee that there are some on there that definitely sense that. I mean, you served on a jury, Terry.
I would be over all of it. This judge is very biased.
Mm-hmm.
I would be going home each night and hitting the bottle if I had to go back the next day and sit and watch this.
I'm sure somebody just is like has a scream pillow that they
Yeah.
pull over their face and then get to the car.
And then afterwards,
Afterwards.
doing his cross, I would need to hurry up, get home and take a shower just to try to get him off of me.
I forget what he said. He was saying a couple of things today that it's like, as a juror, I would be like, okay, so this is pretty suspicious. Oh, I know what it was. When Brennan went over his previous testimony about getting witness information, and he tried to make it look like it was the defense. And then the defense is like, that wasn't us, was it? Like, that's another sleazy move to miss it, because you don't have the actual facts. You're literally misconstruing and making up. And I'm surprised that he's been able to do that in regards to the defense team. I mean, I don't know if there would be an accurate objection for that, but that's like the 3rd time he's accused the defense of doing things that was not them.
Right.
In a trial where they already had another trial. They're not allowed to talk about that. They're not supposed to anyway. They're not supposed to talk about the FBI. So Brennan just keeps trying to make it sound like it's them. And I think that's really shady. And if your case was stronger, buddy, you wouldn't have to do that. But here you are, scraping the bottom of the barrel. Oh, gosh, she is. Linda says, seems clear to me that 400K was buying an expert opinion that matched your theory. No science needed. No, I think there's more to it than that. I think it's a connection. They want that government money for their company because they gave money. Aperture donated money just recently to the Massachusetts Bar Association on May 8th, the day that Burgess turned in his new report, because Aperture wants to be known as credible government witnesses. They want to be on that list, and they paid to be on that list. That's what I think. That's what I think. And it is backfired on because I wouldn't.
Yeah.
400K was needed for student loans after all those years of college. Oh, Terry, can I just tell you that you're worth a price above rubies? Oh, I love that. I'm pretty sure
rubies are my favorite.
Oh, I love that. Sponsored their dinner. Correct.
Yes.
Thank you, Angie, for clarifying that. I mean, obviously connections are being made behind closed doors, which, okay, that happens. But it's just very interesting. Very interesting. The timing.
They shouldn't have done it. I would have asked them to be an anonymous donor or said, hey, I can't do it this year. Let's do it next time, because we don't want it to look.
Yeah, but they need their name out there so that way other districts will hire them as well. Look at us. Massachusetts thinks we're great. Okay.
I'm just going to say this. after the way they were on the stand, I don't think they have to worry about people knocking down their front doors to give them business. Just
Yeah,
saying.
no. Llama, fancy a holiday in Wales. I will spoil you. Oh my God, I would love to go to Europe and the UK. I want to go so bad. And if we go, can we go to Monkey World? Because I really want to go. I watched that channel. I watched that channel on YouTube and I'm obsessed with it. And I know it's not that far because the whole UK is not very big in comparison to the States. So it's
And
reasonable.
they have really fast trains.
Do the trains go everywhere? I
I
don't know.
don't know. I know I took one from Germany to Paris.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know that. Go investigate a disappearance into what?
A person, maybe.
And they have super furry animals. I mean, yes. I don't know what
Haley
you're
says,
implying
I
with
need to
that.
come to Wales too. I need to go to Wales.
You're going to be in Europe later this year.
I will be. I will be in Austria and then in the Champagne region outside of Paris.
I love that. Oh, that's right. Lisa Wilmot, our Welsh puppet.
Welsh puppet.
Yeah.
I love the
no, that'd be
way
amazing.
people over there talk. I just love the words they say. I just love all of it. They're not
there's an
so
elbow piece.
shocky like us.
Hello, elbow piece.
I'm inappropriate.
Yes, you are inappropriate.
His
This
middle
is
name should be
daytime.
inappropriate.
This is daytime, not nighttime.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Keita.
Anyway, I wish that she said 10 minutes, and guess what? It's past 10 minutes, and then she'll be like, you guys, it's almost 4 o'clock. Let's just talk about it in the morning.
Let's just talk about it tomorrow. Let me just give him more time to go over the PowerPoint.
I think it's just so frustrating. So frustrating. Oh, hey, Sunny Days. Hello. I've seen you around today. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing great. We're just waiting around to see what, if anything, Bev has to say in the
Lady in
lawyer.
Gray. When
Austria
do
is the
we
most
get the
beautiful place on earth.
Raining Men show?
That's true. Chat wants to know, when do I get my Raining Men show? Actually, Lig said that, so you know.
Oh, what? I'll sing the actual song. Do you know how hard that song is to do? It's like 4 people singing multiple different melodies.
You can do it. Just tell him to have each one of his personalities help.
Oh, I'm like 10 minutes.
That's funny. No, you don't want to see.
What?
He's a good singer, though. He loves singing.
I do love
He makes up songs every day about the most ridiculous stuff to sing.
I'm
That's
worried.
why this song it frustrates me so much that I can't come up. Like, I can't do it.
Oh, his bride. So one of the murder mystery parties I threw last year on Discord was a bride theme one, a bachelorette party one. And Elbow Feet chose to be the bride. So we straightened his hair.
It's my party.
He was a bridezilla for sure.
It's my party.
And I missed that one.
Yeah. That's when I learned that he's amazing at putting on liquid eyeliner, and I am not. I was like, why are you so good at this?
It's literally just painting.
It's not like painting.
It's not like painting.
Painting your eyeliner.
Mm-mm. I can't do it. I can't
Just
do
making yourself into a painted hole.
Oh my gosh. He's something. He's something.
Oh, my
He always
Lanta.
keeps me entertained.
I'm just your painted hole.
Oh yeah, there was the one where he was secretly taking dance lessons, and I asked him to dance for me to prove it.
Oh yeah, Buffy and I were married.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, you and Buffy were. Wilbur and Wanda wed.
Wide wed.
It was fun. We need to do another murder mystery soon.
Wilbur and Wilbur.
Maybe somebody should get with me and we'll try to get it together. Oh yeah, he does accents and he gets very into character.
I can't wait to see how much fun we have in July.
Oh,
is he going to be like
gonna be
on
something.
the whole weekend?
He's never off.
Off? Okay, I can't wait.
He never is.
Oh, Buffy, you were married
Never.
to him for 2 hours? And that was plenty.
Yes. No, he's great. He's very entertaining. So never a dull moment.
Oh,
Oh, look at her saying nice things about me. Oh,
internet.
on the internet for all to hear.
That's a mountain. You're shouting it from a mountain?
I am shouting it from a mountain. It was who? Oh gosh. In which one? Elbow Feet and Buffy were married in one. Bells and I were married in another one that we did, and we lost our kids somewhere by the lake. Huh? Oh. It's always a good time. I guess I could put together the fairy tale one.
The one I did was a
There
boat
were
one.
Oh yeah, the
Because-
cruise ship one. Yeah.
A cruise ship.
Yeah, that's
'Cause I
right.
had a
And you dressed like a
mustache.
dude.
I
Yeah,
had a
you and
mustache.
you and Captain were both. Captain was amazing. She looks great. So I don't know. I should put together one of those soon.
And all
Maybe
your
when-
free time.
And all my free time.
Yeah.
And all my free time.
All I know
I like to
is,
have.
I was going to say, someone needs to gift Bev a clock. Because her concept of time is not well.
She's literally wearing an Apple Watch. Does she know that it tells time?
Does
she know that?
She doesn't.
Oh, you're into OSHA. Yeah, we're crazy. We are crazy.
Hey, have you sent any of your researchers to look at like swingers listings in that area?
No,
I bet
we
you
can
would
talk
find
about this
familiar
later.
faces. I bet you find familiar faces.
You can do it.
Huh?
You can do it.
Is he talking about in Marion, Ohio, or in Canton? I'm getting a little scared. Okay, because I'm not coming to Marion, Ohio, if that's the case.
No.
I have a suspicion these are all pineapple people.
Mhm. That's what
I-
a lot of people say on the internet.
I get
don't
the
know.
feeling that as well.
Oh, excuse me. Oh,
Baby.
sorry. Yes, baby. Oh, can you wait a few minutes, please, till court comes back? Thank you.
Bev is going to go past 4. Is this like the first or second time that she will have gone past 4?
This would be the third time. It's
Oh, is it the third?
other
Okay.
occasions that I can remember, and then it only went to like 4:15. She was like, "You each have 1 minute to talk about some very important emotion." No one would swing with that group. Can you imagine? Oh boy. Oh boy.
No.
Sounds like Marion, Ohio to you. Oh, you're safe. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Just kidding. Oh gosh. Today was something. And I really am glad this case is almost over because it is stressing me out.
Rangeville was good,
I don't
though.
consider myself. He was good. I don't consider myself a person that gets like really like worked up. This one definitely worked me up on several occasions. I started having rants, which I don't know. I don't usually have, but I do very much appreciate everyone being like, "Hey, Llama, you really need to watch this trial. Y'all were right." And it has not disappointed. It has not disappointed. I mean, we'll see when the verdict comes back. But you've seen the Alberts. I've seen Brian. I don't recall what his wife looks like. Often, I know I've seen pictures of her, but I confuse her Coco with Julie Albert. I think Coco has dark hair and Julie has blonde-ish, like colored hair or something like that. I don't know. It's super great. Losing kids to the mic. Well, I knew we had kids. And Bells didn't remember we had kids.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. What about the blue Jeep and all that? Was that the first of it? At first, don't get clues. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, so apparently Higgins had a Jeep parked out front. And so here's the thing. We've heard, yes, the defense wants to show how incompetent this investigation was and how unreliable it is. Check. The prosecution actually did that favor for them. Witnesses they called. And then they've also brought up, Brian Higgins quite a few times in the early weeks. They played the video of him at the police station, which was not in the first trial. So there's kind of the suggestion that it could have been somebody else. But they haven't hit harder on that. But see, here's the thing, right? It's like, they're like, the investigation was so bad. Then they go to a collision never happened. And then they're like, and it could have been Brian Higgins. And that would lead to there being some sort of cover up, right? So I think they are trying to show all those four things, but they're focusing, they're focusing more of their energy onto this was a really shitty investigation. So oh, sorry. Yes, to see blatant injustice always works me up. Me too. I get when I do get passionate, I get very passionate. And I have a problem with when it's things that affect people's entire lives. Not just Karen's, but the O'Keefe's, her family, because it's a spider web that goes out. And to have had to go through this 2 times is unbelievable for all of them. What a freaking nightmare.
And just think of what it does to the whole community and the town. I wouldn't trust anybody. I wouldn't trust law enforcement.
There's so many damn dodgy people.
Yeah.
Like 90% of the witnesses were unnecessary to be as dodgy as they were. Like, I've never seen anything like it at all. And I don't even feel like the defense was being like gotcha questions. Like, they weren't really like that. They weren't Hank. Each one of them were so defensive over the defense. You notice that none of the defense witnesses felt like they were super defensive with Hank?
Mm-hmm.
Very few. Because they didn't need to be. Why would you need to be? And then it makes you wonder.
Not until Hank was being asked for over 30 minutes.
Why? Why was everybody else so dodgy then? It's just interesting. What, if anything, would Higgins want to do with John? Do you think Higgins wanted John and not Karen? What else could he hide? So we do run into, for me, I run into issues with him being in the house. My biggest one being like, okay, so they wanted to fight him. What did they expect Karen to do if she came inside?
Right.
Wouldn't you be worried that like she would call the cop? She'd be a witness, that's one thing that I wonder, now I understand why she didn't want to go in. She didn't know them. I would very much be the same way. Actually, probably. I'd be like, I don't even really know these people. Just, I guess, go make sure. That's just my social anxiety there. And then I can see why she just got pissed and, left. I do get that. But also, okay, so if their motive was to attack him, then what did they expect from Karen?
Yeah.
They lucked out that Karen didn't come inside, I suppose. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because then who would they blamed it on? I don't know. I don't know. Pep's face is like a bulldog chewing a wasp. Amy Beth says, I will always wonder what was with Brian Higgins' phone. I mean, that is the most suspicious thing I've ever heard in the history of ever.
Mm-hmm.
For somebody
And
who's
the
an
fact that he's
ATF,
a Leo. I mean, exactly.
like, what? And that you want us to believe that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, we're coming back. And you? Nope. I know how things work.
Court is back in session and meeting seated.
Okay, I gotta go
All
check.
right, so I had a minute to look at the PowerPoint. Are you in agreement on the PowerPoint?
We're not. I do not want to admit it. I don't think it's substantive evidence.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
It's exactly the substance of this. Dr. Welcher's part.
Which was not objected to, right?
No, the court keeps saying that, yes, there were things that Mr. Leslie objected to, yes. There were things that
But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
it's been, we're all under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Leslie did or didn't do regarding the PowerPoint. That's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We've taken out all hearsay, discussion, the opinions or thoughts, thought processes. These are all the tests that were completed and done, exactly as Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint was done. Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of the drop test is in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. There are, most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Things have been slowed down. So the videos are the same, but the videos that Dr. Welcher used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, about which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not, regarding the videos.
Is the court suggesting that it's not just the entire PowerPoint?
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now,
I realize that.
so I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this, okay?
Okay.
So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welcher's. I did not object to Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from introducing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. If they had an objection to the PowerPoint, they should have posed that objection before it was displayed for the jury.
Well,
The jury has not seen the entire PowerPoint. I think it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it's the case. If they didn't want to put certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing it before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed in, not in part, in whole, as it now sits before the jury, sits before the court for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess. It's no different.
All right.
Shannon Burgess's PowerPoint is in evidence.
So Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence and you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else?
Mr. Leslie needs to, I didn't need to interrupt.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, it's late in the day. We would like to renew our motion to require finding of not guilty on disclose of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if we got tomorrow morning.
Okay. Is that all we have left now? I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would it?
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
Okay, great. So,
The only other technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt. I think they've been marked for identification.
no, they were marked as evidence, right?
They're private markets exhibits.
Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're coming into evidence, Your Honor.
Are they?
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're in evidence, they're in identification.
So I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point. Okay.
As long as they're in evidence, and I can use them as an argument, then.
If I can, for clarity, Your Honor, there are exhibits. I have Y.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance. I'll use this word's parlance. Yes, it's Y, Z, A, B.
So that means that, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know what we're talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Right. So, and I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification. Now they will become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
Yeah, and Your Honor, my whole point in wanting to be heard is that they're not in evidence, and I want to make sure they get it. That's my point.
What number are we at, Madam Court Reporter?
So by the way,
Okay, and we'll do A, B, C, D.
they're going to waste most of the jurors' time tomorrow.
So is it Y, Z, A, and B? I think I have.
Yeah, because she only gave them each an hour for closing.
Did she officially give them that?
I think that's what she said. Don't quote me.
Okay.
Buffy
Counsel, I'm
said
not sure I
yes.
have those.
All right, so we will make, so as of now, they're in evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I stick numbers?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one.
230A through C, 230C.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Is anyone sad we're not going to see
All right.
Welcher again?
No,
Council, there are 4,
this is a lot.
A through D.
Just so the record, this is limited in saying different things. They were marked for identification as triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple.
Oh,
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of what's marking. So as we do that, I'm good, I'll get out of here.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
All right. We will, so everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready. I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brennan, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you tomorrow. We'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock? Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay.
223.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters for the argument.
You are so
Last year,
Ohio.
we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask for an hour and a half.
No.
No, I got it, but yeah, you can go.
I would ask for.
They haven't officially arrested Lady and Gray.
For an hour and a half for a final summation, given the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced.
Don't forget about members only, Dave.
Normally allows only an hour.
Bye-bye.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see it out an hour. Let me see. You would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the
I
same?
don't have a position. I'll take whatever the defense is.
Let me think about it.
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
So we will see.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for court, please.
Okay, you guys, what a wild turn of
Goodbye.
events. What a wild turn of events. Okay, so the defense has not officially arrested in front of the jury yet. That will happen Friday morning. Brennan said he is not calling any rebuttal witnesses, which is telling you everything you need to know about Brennan's confidence in his $400,000 experts. He does not feel that Welcher can back anything up as a rebuttal witness. That is why. And Welcher's already there. Welcher flew in.
He flew in.
And now he's like, no, we're not going to call anybody. Ooh. So what that means is tomorrow morning, I'll be on at like 9:30. We'll start an hour later too. Let everybody sleep in a little bit, and maybe I might wake up in time. And we'll watch the charging conference, which is when they go over all the jury instructions. It probably won't take too terribly long. And then she's letting the lawyers off for the day so they can work on practicing their closing statements. And then on Friday, regular time, they're going to, first things first, the defense is going to rest. Then the prosecution, I think, will rest again. Just to make it official, maybe, or they'll say, we're not calling any witnesses. So basically it ends the trial. Then they will sometimes, some judges read the jury instructions before closing, some read after closing. I don't know if it's that specific. So late Thursday, yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But it's going to go to the jury. It sounds like they were just talking about doing maybe an hour and 15 minutes for closing. Or somewhere
But it
around
sounded
there.
like.
So you're looking at, if they start at 9, we'll go with 9:30 because that sounds more accurate. It'll go to the jury before lunch. So are we going to have a verdict?
No.
It'll go to the jury. Oh my gosh, where am I and how do I make it stop?
What's happening?
There we go. It was the court TV went to our show. It like went over. So it was just us live,
Okay.
which is really weird when it happens in real time. So I don't know. It does not seem like Brennan is very confident.
He
in
got
his
shook this
case.
week. Look at him. He got shook, and I think he is still
Got
shook.
wrecked. He got wrecked. Now, what's that going to do with the jury? I don't know. Keep the words hopelessly deadlocked in your heads. I mean, I want them to come back with a not guilty verdict. That's ideal. That's what we all want to put and manifest into the universe. So that way they can't charge her again.
Mm-hmm.
And then she can sue the shit out of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a verdict in order for that to happen. And I think in this case, it's warranted. Oh boy. But I don't know. I don't know if they'll decide before the weekend.
There's no way. I would fall over backwards if they came with a verdict on Friday.
I mean, if they all go in there and agree one way, then that's just
it could happen.
how it is. But we'll see. We'll see. We will see. And then, so apparently Lori Daybell's Gallo is supposed to go to deliberation by the end of the day too today. I think regardless, we're going to wait for Vallow for Monday. We can do other things to focus our time when the jury's deliberating on Friday. You know, we can do our fun little events. Maybe we can talk about what you guys think. Maybe somebody can come on. I don't know. But we'll just, make Friday a fun day. And then Monday for sure, we will get started with watching Lori Daybell. And that should take the whole week because we're skipping all the breaks and sidebars and lunch and all that jazz. So,
and you will stop Daybell if a verdict comes in, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I assumed, but I don't want to assume.
Yeah, we would have to redirect you to a verdict stream. We'll have one like ready to go for when that moment happens. And then we'll portal everybody, back and forth because I want the verdict to be, well, I guess we could cut it from the live and do that. I don't know. We'll work it out. I wasn't expecting this to happen. I don't think anybody was at all.
Are you going to want to watch La Posada tomorrow afternoon or no?
Oh, probably yes. I want to say yes, but I can't commit to that for reasons. But I do think that's a great idea. So we may rewatch La Posada again because I do want to watch
Cross is all you need on her.
Yeah, we can do something like that for sure. And because they're going to argue till probably like noon. She's not going to let them argue all day, unlike a lot of trials. So they're arguing them tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Yep. They're doing all the housekeeping, if you will. Tomorrow at 10, but I'll be on at 9:30 my time, Eastern time. And go. What happens? Do they all say what they think, the jury, and work on that basis? Usually that is how that goes. We'll usually go in, take an initial vote, and start deliberation if there's any to be had. So, well, she said she was going to give the defense the whole rest of the afternoon off to work on their arguments. So I think by the time Bev wants to do lunch, she's going to be like, all right, you guys have a minute. And I don't feel like she's going to change the instructions too much.
He doesn't want to argue. You heard him, right?
For the jury instructions?
Yeah, he said, I'm not going to argue. So he's acting like he's going to be all calm tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was, I thought maybe it was in regards to, they were very hard to hear. It was very hard to hear them because the mics weren't on or something. So maybe, I don't know. Wendy says, I have a funeral tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Sorry.
I'm not going to be able to catch up until the weekend. So that's kind of like a treat. Well, thank you for being part of the replay crew this weekend. But I don't think you're going to miss anything too terribly, important tomorrow because they got to read them all in front of the jury when they come back. So that's what they'll be. But they're interesting to watch. Let's see. Okay, so Alan Jackson asked for an hour and a half. She said she would think about it for closing. I don't see why you wouldn't give them an hour and a half for an 8-week trial, but
Yeah.
okay, if you say so. Well.
This
What
was
an
shocking.
exciting day. This was very shocking.
I
And
like
it
this
says
little surprise.
so much, you guys. It seriously says so much that he's not calling anybody, because it's not because he feels he needs to. It is not because of that. It's because he knows it's going to look a whole lot worse if he brings Welcher back onto the stand, in my opinion. I think he is like, okay. I think he kind of already knows that he might have lost this case.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited
For
to
sure.
see what you have in store for members only tonight.
That's right, you guys. We're going to have the members only tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's what I'm going to go work on and stuff in the meantime. But join us. We'll be on for like an hour and a half, maybe. Nothing too late night. We'll probably be done before 9 when Turtle Boy goes live for his juror interview, because a lot of us do want to watch that. Whether or not I do tonight, I don't know. I might go to bed early. Probably not. So definitely join us. If you're not a member yet, you can join by clicking the join button and pick whichever tier works for you. And then we'll see you tonight for that. Before we go, Wendy says, if it were me and I were acquitted, I would stay right there and hold my head up high. I'll be damned if they're going to chase me out of my home. Well, that's true. And you have to remember, even if she's found not guilty, there are many people who are going to believe that she is guilty. It happens all the time. I just hope that she gets to have a somewhat normal life after this circus that she didn't really ask to be a part of.
She didn't.
She didn't ask for the whole world to know her name. I'm pretty sure about that. But, this is what was dealt to her. So, all right, you guys. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. It was so fun hanging out with you guys. And Terry for being on and being super awesome. I love having you on so much. So tomorrow, just to clarify, it's just going to be jury instructions. You should still hang out. We'll still have a good time. Why not? We still get to throw things and be upset, I'm sure. So I will be on at 9:30 Eastern tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live. And until next time, till later tonight, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.